So we're on YouTube. I'm not recording yet.
All right, I think we will go ahead and get started. I'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have a flag right behind me or in the director's office. So I pledge allegiance
to the flag, United
United
States
States
of
of
America,
and to the
to the
republic
republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice for all.
for all.
Thank you, everyone. If you notice, my background's a little bit different. I want to thank Region 5 office and Mike Ruggles and his staff for all their hospitality getting me set up here. So if you guys haven't visited this regional office, you should. Lake Elmo is right out the window. It's pretty neat. So anyway, have you had a chance to look at the minutes from the April 17th meeting?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Siebel.
I move to approve the minutes from the April commission meeting.
Okay.
I will second that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Any corrections or additions? All those in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. The expenses, have you guys had a chance to look at the expenses?
Madam Chair, I
Yeah.
move that we approve the expenses.
Okay,
Second.
Commissioner Tabor. Who seconded it?
Wayne.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay. All those in favor of approval of the expenses signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we'll go into the commissioner reports. Commissioner Tabor, do you want to start us out?
You bet. Thank you. Start off with Parks and Recreation. Boy, they have just been knocking it out of the park, no pun intended. Lots of projects. Over 5 different parks have had fairly substantive, large maintenance projects, and they've all been completed. We're just now entering into the peak visitation season. And so it's been tampered a little bit with cool, windy weather, but for the most part, they're off, ready to go rocking and rolling. The Sportsman's Bridge, which you may recall, the commissioners voted on one approach to the Sportsman's Bridge. A phenomenal second opportunity has come up where you can actually move the fishing access site to the other side of the river, which would be a much superior solution. And so went out for a final EA. It was just published, and so should be getting all the feedback in that, and the commission will be probably seeing something, if not the August meeting, for sure the next one. And the access staff continues to work pretty hard. I think you may recall that we went from one dominant, very large forestry management ownership company, and all that's been chopped up into different types of smaller company holdings, some of which are going private, some of which are going different directions. And so the access staff has been working really hard to retain access to those properties as they were historically. And it's a lot of hard work. And so they're working diligently to try to do that. In the fisheries arena, I did a big collection of West Slope cutthroat to hopefully go down to Anaconda and create a new brood stock. Very important. We want to shout out to Region 1 Fisheries Technician Tom Weaver, often referred to as Mr. Bull Trout. He's retiring this spring after 45 years with FWP. Thanks for all your service, Tom. We really appreciate everything you've done, especially for the bull trout. The EA is out for the lake trout suppression that we voted on for Swan Lake. All final public comments should be in by June 28th. And they're nearing the end of the spring netting for the region. And unfortunately, the theme is still pretty alive and well, and that is catching a lot of illegally introduced fish. And so since 1953, the region's confirmed 417 instances of illegally introduced fish in Region 1 alone. And they really have a major impact on historic fisheries. So by way of example, Hubbard Reservoir west of Kalispell, which used to be a great rainbow kokanee fishery, it has so many illegal perch, crappie, and smallmouth bass that the department has decided to no longer stock that lake. So that's an unfortunate trend, and I know everybody, including the director's office, is working on education to, keep it wild. In the wildlife area, they continue to work on the Knox and elk habitat predation project. Good news is they've collared 62 calves in the spring. That's 2 in excess of their target, and so they're doing great work up there. As is the black bear DNA crew and the trail camera crew. So we should get some very rich data coming out of this once all this information is correlated. In the enforcement arena, I want to do a shout out to Ben Chapello. He was selected as FWP Enforcement Division recipient of the 2023 Shikar Safari International Wildlife Officer of the Year Award. So that's congratulations to Ben. I remember Ben's first day on the job up in Region 1. It's just remarkable to see how his career has flourished. We finally filled the Eureka Warden position. We now have Zach Turner in that role. And the wardens are working on some pretty specialized cases and continue to work diligently at it. And in the commercial education arena, there's always an annual forestry expo. Involves a lot of kids. Over 1,200 fifth graders showed up for this. It's pretty outstanding work done by the department. And the FWP's Hooked on Fishing program wrapped up again, another great year. In that case, we had 1,600 fourth graders involved. And all the hunting, trapping, and bow hunting education classes have wrapped up with nearly 500 graduates from these programs, which is outstanding. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Burrows, would you like to go next, please?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'll start off so I don't forget groups that I met with. Yellowstone to Yukon, Morgan Marks on 5:30. Was on the Lone Star Outdoor Show June 5th. And we have a Bitterroot collaborative group that meets. That group consists of the Ravalli County Fish Wildlife Association, Sportsmen for Fish Wildlife, and Foundation for Wildlife Management. We met on June 10th. First item out of the regional supervisor's office, Kendra McCloskey is the new Region 2 supervisor. She began her career at FWP as a hunting access technician in Deer Lodge. Working directly with hunters and landowners in the field, she served as Region 2 access manager for over a decade before taking on this new role. So I'd like to welcome her into that position. Wildlife, Lee Teffelmeyer was hired as the new Blackfoot area biologist and started work this week. Communication and education. We're advertising for open positions in the Region 2 Citizen Advisory Committee. The deadline to apply is June 21st, and the next meeting's August 7th. This meeting will be an afternoon field trip to the upper Clark Fork area, concluding with a short evening meeting at Milltown State Park. Attendance at hunters education classes and field days have been up region-wide this year in response to a 24 policy change to require an in-person classroom course or online course plus in-person field coursework for all students under 18. We've had good participant feedback and are working to recruit more instructors to meet the demand. The Hooked on Fishing program wrapped up early this month with fishing field trips for nearly 750 local 4th and 5th grade students. On the enforcement side, we've hired a new game warden for the Bitterroot area, Taylor Gagnon, and his first day as a warden was her first day was May 20th. And she comes to us from Montana Highway Patrol, where she began as a trooper in the Bitterroot for the last 5 years. We're also filling the Missoula and Mineral County warden positions in late June. Brady Rada will be the new Missoula warden. Brady comes from California Fish and Wildlife, where he was a game warden for the past 5 years. Cody Stipchich will be the new Mineral County warden and has been working for FWP and licensing for the past few years. With warmer weather, fishing access sites and state parks across the region have been busy. Wardens are busily patrolling access sites as well as local rivers and lakes. Parks and Outdoor Rec, Ben Dickinson is the new Parks and Outdoor Rec manager. He began his career as a conservation tech on Albert and Gorge and as a park ranger in the Missoula area. Ben went on to serve as a Bitterroot area recreation manager before taking on his new role. Sites have been busy and campgrounds have been full over the nice weekends. Port Owen State Park had a ribbon cutting ceremony on June 8th to celebrate new interpretation at the park and preservation work to stabilize what we know as the third oldest wall in Montana. The River Ambassador program is kicking off this week. River Ambassadors provide information to river floaters at FWP site locations, but also city and county sites in the Missoula area. Johns Root Fishing Access Site had a significant microburst, causing the fall of many large diameter ponderosa pines, and cleanups underway. On fisheries, poor snowpack in much of the region is setting up for low flows in streams and rivers. Summer weather will determine if hoot owl fishing restrictions are necessary. Spring sampling and kids fishing days were successfully completed. We did have 2 smallmouth that were reported caught in the lower Bitterroot and brought to FWP. Chemical analysis on their ear bones will be done and compared to various waters in the region to determine the fish's origin. One fish was analyzed last year and its chemistry suggested it came from outside the Bitterroot. And the fishing regulation scoping process is finished and we're preparing department recommendations. One thing I would, because I don't know where there'll be time for it, is I would like at some point to discuss trying to have an in-person option for, even if we can't get a quorum of commissioners in Helena, I think it'd be good to at least have that option to have some in-person for. I've heard a lot of feedback from public on the ability to comment via Zoom, and I guess I'd be willing to go to Helena even if we didn't have a quorum. So would like us to consider that option for meetings in the future. And a report.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. The groups that I met with since the last meeting, I met with a group of NGOs at the Greater Yellowstone Coalition offices, the Bear Creek Council, the Park County Environmental Council, and there are some other groups. I'm not sure all of the names of the people that were there, but there was about 8 people present. We talked about wolves, specifically 313 wolves, the poaching incident that happened down there, and the wildlife services take that happened in Region 3. So that's all I met with, but I did also tour Yellowstone Park with park biologist Dan Staler. Again, the topic was wolves and lions and some of the research that they're doing with wolves down in the transboundary area. Also spent the day on the river, on the Missouri, out of Townsend with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks biologist Ron Spoon and Colton Pipinich, who's a fish tech. They were electrofishing and counting walleye, collecting data, weighing. It was very interesting. As you know, the walleye issue is off our agenda this meeting, but it will be swinging back again with us. The walleye numbers in this stretch are up significantly from last year, and fish sizes are 4-year-old fish are smaller than they were 2 years ago. So there's definitely some issues with that fish, and we'll see what the impact is to the wild tripe fishery as we move forward, but it'll be on our agenda again soon, I'm sure. In Region 3 fisheries, fish tagging efforts on the Region 3 rivers has concluded. Anglers can continue to expect to catch tagged fish on the Ruby, the Big Hole, the Beaverhead, the Jefferson, and the Madison rivers. MSU has 4 Creel clerks making the rounds and visiting anglers on these rivers. Some other efforts include leading survey postcards on anglers' vehicles who are out on foot or floating the river. Postcards can be mailed back or left in the posted boxes at the area fishing access sites. Some initial fish health sampling has been completed. Most came back healthy, but there's been a few tissue samples that show early signs of a fungal infection. Snowpack has improved with a nice wet spring, and the rivers are all sitting between 80 and 100% of normal. Spring bear season saw good participation in harvest. Bear management units 300, 301, and 319 closed early due to reaching the female harvest rate over 37% after May 31st. Urban wildlife issues are continue to keep the staff busy with bear and moose occurrences in area towns and cities. The education staff for the region will be hosting a public bear spray training and education event at the headquarters on June 24th. State Parks is looking forward to hosting their annual Bannock Days celebration at Bannock State Park, July 20th and 21st. We have 2 new wardens that recently were sworn in for Butte and Boulder areas, and they're now participating in field training. And that concludes my report. And I also agree with Commissioner Burrows that I'm getting some feedback from the public that the Zoom meetings are difficult for them to participate in. So I would agree with him that I would go to Helena also. So that concludes my report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Tabor, before I forget, did you have any meetings or anything that you needed to report before we go on?
Madam Chair, thank you. No, I did not.
Okay.
And so thanks for asking.
Okay. I just thank you, Commissioner Burrows, for reminding me of that. Okay, Commissioner Walsh, if you'd like to go.
You bet. I'll just start by echoing Commissioner Burrows and Brooks' comment about the meetings in Helena. I prefer in-person meetings if possible and would be willing to attend. On outside meetings, my outside meetings were really limited since our last commission meeting. I met with the BLM's state director for Montana and the Dakotas, Sonia German, to discuss what interest the BLM has and what they're doing with respect to responsible recreational use on the Madison. And this is really a follow-up to my work on the Madison River Work Group, which has been inactive since our recommendations were made last June. But I do understand that 2 members and maybe there are more, but 2 members of the work group are now serving on the Resource Advisory Council to the BLM, and specifically on a subcommittee that's looking at recreational use on the Madison. That's Brian McGeehan and Mike Bias. So thanks for their continuing volunteer efforts to help out the Madison, and just encourage Charlie Sperry and Deb O'Neill to help me get together one more meeting of the work group. We'd love to review the latest survey results from Mike Duncan when possible. With respect to, and that's my only outside meeting. With respect to Region 4, quick update on the White Bear Fishing Access Site. You'll all remember this is the site south of Great Falls that we talked about over the last 2 years that has problematic social issues. And on May 8th, the region staff met with the HOA from the adjacent home area to the FAS. And the members of the HOA who were present were highly supportive of the project and appreciated FWP's efforts to improve things. Modifications and improvements to the White Bear Fishing Access Site are slated to start this summer. A heavy May snowstorm resulted in some tree damage in the Little Belts area where I live, including Sluice Boxes State Park and in the Smith River State Park. And a special thanks to the volunteer group and staff who helped to clean up the downed trees. I know the sluice box float can be quite dangerous when there are a bunch of trees in there. As the school year came to an end, the Region 4 staff worked with many school programs and continue to work on youth fishing days across the region with the onset of the summer. The WMA opener in Region 4 went well. Most popular site was the Sun River WMA. There's a short video clip from the Sun River opener, which had almost 500,000 views when posted on YouTube. Special thanks to the Rocky Mountain Front Maintenance Unit for drafting and installing the new gate reconfiguration on the Sun River WMA. There were no horse-related accidents observed in all of 2024 so far. So most of the block management renewals have now been received, and staff are working with landowners to get the last few renewal signatures in. Upstream of Fort Peck on the Missouri River, crews have been busy in the field preparing for a larval pallid sturgeon drift study that is planned to be conducted the last week of June and first week of July. Region 4 staff will start pronghorn surveys early to mid-July. Quick staff update. We have 2 new fish biologist positions and special welcome to Nathan Jackson, Jacksaw in Helena, and Adam Geik in Great Falls. Apologies if I mispronounced either name. Nicole Runberg has been named as the new Stanford game warden. Welcome, Nicole. And Wesley Sarmento, the wildlife bear management specialist, will be leaving the department in July to pursue a PhD. Good luck, Wesley, and thanks for all you've done. That's my report.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start out by just thanking Brad Schmitz and the Region 7 staff for keeping me abreast of what's going on in Region 7. It's been a busy time of year for me, so I just want to thank them for their help. Region 7 has been taking a lot of inquiries about the paddlefish season over the past month or so. Mike Backus has been doing a good job of keeping me updated on the paddlefish harvest numbers and reports that he doubts that they will have to close the season early. I would, however, encourage the public to visit the Region 7 Facebook page for the updated numbers. The region is also trying to finalize the fiscal year's game damage processes. Overall, this has been a lighter year for game damage needs. Moving on with regard to block management enrollment, Region 7 is about 90% complete. They currently have over 330 contracts. 6 of those are new, and unfortunately, we lost 5 of them. There have been 9 public access land agreement applications this spring. 8 are re-enrollments, and 1 is new. If you include multi-year agreements, there are 15 total, and then, of course, there are 7 elk hunting access agreements that are before the commission. We did receive 54 public comments in the Thank a Landowner online portal. This is a great way for the public to thank those landowners who grant them access, and it helps build a relationship that is so necessary to allow future use. So I would encourage the public to use this and thank those landowners that you've hunted on or that they've allowed access to you. In enforcement, they have been busy with paddlefish patrols and checking fishermen. Luckily, there are no major issues to report. They also continue to work with out-of-state wardens on return of evidence from numerous license fraud investigations. Going a little bit more in depth with fisheries, once again, there's good news in the fisheries department for Region 7. 11 telemetered pallid sturgeon passed through the intake bypass channel this spring, and crews are beginning to see sturgeon larvae in both the Tongue and Powder Rivers. Lab analysis later this year will identify if the larvae are shovel-nosed sturgeon, pallid sturgeon, or paddlefish. With regards to wildlife, many areas across the region have received good spring moisture, and so habitat conditions are looking very good. Wildlife biologists finished their spring green-up flights for mule and white-tailed deer in our region. Mule deer saw an increase in fawn ratios over 2023, as well as an increase by 20% overall in the number of deer observed. White-tailed deer, on the other hand, saw a decrease in their observed numbers. Moving into parks and outdoor recreation, park use has been pretty steady so far this summer, to possibly up. There were some great school programs earlier this spring that were very well attended with regards to geology, paleontology, and birding. And there have also been some great public programs as well with the Rosebud Battlefield History, paleontology, full moon hikes, and Medicine Rocks night sky viewing. This is our opportunity to interact with the public, and it appears the public enjoys them. Some new telescopes were donated by the Makoshika State Park Friends Group and the State Parks Foundation. They have been a great hit, and we want to thank those groups for their generosity. And I did not meet with any outside groups during this time, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siebel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also did not meet with any outside groups during this past few months. For Region 5, lots of things happening, and first and foremost on the maintenance side, the exciting Big Snowy Wildlife Management Area that we approved a few years back got active last year. The pasture fencing water development project's underway and should be completed by this September. It's going to be a great improvement for that just awesome new wildlife management area. On the wildlife side, we've had some pretty crazy times here recently south of Red Lodge. The Greeno campground was closed. There was a young male grizzly bear who didn't respond to hazing, so he was actually trapped and relocated. And those campgrounds were reopened, and the region appreciates the cooperation of the U.S. Forest Service, who did shut down those campgrounds for a few days and obviously disrupted a lot of camping, but for important reasons. There's been a lot of bear activity. From spring flights, the numbers are looking pretty good in Region 5 overall. Mule deer surveys are below long-term average, but have been stable over the past 5 years. And it sounds like in the central hunting districts that we see fawn doe counts are improving compared to 2023. Whitetail counts were higher in 23 and trending near long-term averages, with the exception along the Beartooth Mountains that sustained high mortality in the winter of 2023. So, and in those areas, the counts are pretty stable relative to last year. And with regards to elk, the numbers are overall stable and slightly increasing across the region. So that's good news. On the access side, the block management program contracts are being finalized. I'm proud to say that we anticipate in Region 5 enrolling about 505,000 acres into the block management access program. That's a fantastic number, and I want to thank all the landowners who are participating in that program. We lost a couple of ranches that traded hands, and we're trying to get those back. So there's an additional 6,000 acres that could be coming back into the program from those ranches that were sold. With regards to fisheries, the Bighorn River, the population estimate surveys were done for the spring, and the analysis is showing population is steady, but below the 30-year average for the Bighorn River. Rainbow trout juvenile counts were low, and that was attributed to high sustained flows last summer. The good news is brown trout class sizes are evenly distributed, and overall reports right now of fishing down on the Bighorn are really good. The Upper Stillwater River, the counts there have been declining over the last 20 years, and with the flooding and now the restoration work, we found that the recent population estimates show the fishery is actually 10% of the population estimate measured there in 2000. So we have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of restoration that the flooding can help. Restoration can slow that down, but there's a lot of work that the department is doing and to work with the counties and make sure that we do those restoration projects and get those fisheries back in order as soon as possible. But unfortunately, data suggests that could take decades in some cases with the type of damage and work that's being done there. On the hunter education program, I'm excited to say that we have 5 new hunter education instructors this year and 2 new junior instructors. So that's a great addition to the already fantastic staff that we have in Region 5. On the recreation side, I just wanted to mention that there's work ongoing on the Two Bridges fishing access site that's going to that FWP is working on with the Department of Justice Natural Resource Damage Program, and that's at the site of the derailment of the Montana Rail Link derailment on the Yellowstone River in 2023. And on that same topic, there's actually a public meeting by the Department of Justice Natural Resource Damage Program talking about the draft Natural Resource Damage Assessment Program. That's a public meeting for that. More information on that derailment. That meeting is set for Wednesday, June 26th at 6 p.m. in the Stillwater County Civic Center in Columbus for anyone interested. On the enforcement side, we hired 2 new wardens in Region 5. Cameron Rouser is in the Gardner area, and I don't know if that's one we share with Region 3. And then Diego O'Brien is in the Roundup area. So congratulations to both of them, and we're still looking to fill the warden spot in the Harlowtown area. On the admin side, just in case anyone in the public is listening is interested, the LPT 59521 archery license, kind of the super archery license for Region 5. Last year, that was something that was put into surplus. It's a first and only choice. This year, that 59521 is not going to be available as surplus. It was intended to be a first and only choice, and for the people that put in for that, they got that, and it will not be available for surplus permits. So it's just something that there's been a lot of confusion, a lot of questions at the regional office for that. And other than that, that's my update. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll give a quick Region 6 update. I did attend the Missouri River Elk Working Group meeting in Malta. It was well attended. That's about, I did not meet with any like individual groups. For as far as the fisheries for Region 6, the paddle fishing season's in the books, and 408 paddlefish were harvested, which is close to what the average is. I guess the anglers did an excellent job getting their biological data to the FWP by submitting a jaw section. And then by doing that, they'll receive a hat as a token of appreciation for that. For wildlife, the biologists are going to recommend 54% reduction in antlerless mule deer B licenses quotas in the region, just because of the lower numbers observed on the postseason spring surveys. They're also recommending a 68% reduction in antlerless B elk licenses in hunting districts 620, 621, and 622. And this is a reaction to the below objective elk populations observed after the winter surveys. The biologists reduced the bighorn sheep licenses by 50% in hunting district 622 and by 47% in hunting district 680 due to the below objective sheep numbers observed in the aerial surveys. We want to welcome Sky Losslaven to the Region 6 as a habitat conservation lease specialist. As far as block management, the renewal contracts are being signed. Almost everyone is returning to the program, and Region 6 has 27 new applications for block management. So that's awesome news. I know we just signed ours, so that's good news for everyone. Congratulations to Colton Larson, who will be working full-time in the northeast corner of Region 6 as the recreation ranger at Brush Lake State Park, while also having responsibilities with the fishing access, site maintenance, and the block management program. Culbertson Fishing Access Site Checklist, EA, and Decision Notice is complete. FWP will be moving forward with the proposed project to develop campsites and reconfigure the parking area. FWP received only one comment during the public process, and that comment was in support of the project. And that wraps up my Region 6 report. And before we do the director's report, Sarah, if you are on, I would turn it over to you for a minute.
Yes, hi. I had some news to share with you guys and an introduction to make. I think you hopefully can see Stuart Seacrest has popped up on your video screen. And I'll let him give you a little background on himself in a minute, but I have my news to share with you guys is that I have accepted a position at Holland and Hart, and I will be starting in mid-July. So that means I'll be stepping down as chief legal for FWP in mid-July, and we're working on hopefully getting a replacement up in place before I leave. And then, as you guys know, we have been working to get the commission its own commission council separate from FWP council. And I think that is going to be a plus in a lot of ways for you guys, so that you have someone who is completely dedicated to you and who can advise you on both litigation and the meetings, will take over the running the legal side of the meeting as I have done, but again, be dedicated just to you. And then FWP will have their own lawyer sitting, whoever my replacement is, sitting for FWP as well. So I'll let Stuart introduce himself.
Thanks, Sarah. Stuart Segrist. So I spent the first 16 or so years of my career in the Montana Attorney General's office, working under 4 attorney generals, and primarily in the civil bureau. Spent a little time doing criminal work, but mainly civil work. Worked with lots of different state agencies. For the past 3 years, I've been in private practice, and most of my clients are still governmental agencies, mainly state government, but also I do some work for counties and cities as well in Montana. One of my current clients that I've had for the past couple of years is the Post Board, the Public Safety Officer Standards and Training Council, the Post Council. So am familiar with working with state boards and did some of that work too at in my role in the Civil Bureau in the AG's office. Excited to come on board and get to meet everybody. And I think once we get my position up and running, I'm guessing I'll work with Sarah and the chair to get my information out there to everyone. But just wanted to pop in and say hi.
Thank you and welcome. We appreciate you coming on board. I did have a chance to visit with Stuart, and I think he'll be a good fit for the commission. All right, I just want to, our August meeting will be in person for sure. This one, the Capitol was not available. The FWP office has gone through some transitions, some remodeling, and so I just want to tell you that we will be meeting in person in August. So, all right, Director, if you wouldn't mind doing your report, please.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just a couple of things to add. I do want to highlight something that the Vice Chair talked about. The Sportsman's Bridge acquisition is a really major project. You know, as you may remember, the current Sportsman's Bridge FAS, because of the highway project to replace that old and narrow bridge, we were going to lose it. The original proposal had a replacement on that same side of the river, but through really hard work by both the Department of Transportation and FWP staff, the new site on the west side of the river is going to be much, much better. It's going to be safer for the public. It's going to be easier to get in and out of. There'll be a lot more parking. It is just going to be a vastly improved site. So that is the result of a lot of hard work by Bill Schenk and our lands unit, the regional staff, our legal folks, and then our colleagues at MDT. So that is a really, really important project. That's the only year-round access on the north end of the lake. So that's a really good project. The Mule Deer Advisory Committee has done its last meeting and provided some recommendations to the department in terms of a place to start for guidance for the new mule deer plan. We're going to be putting that out to the public to get their comments on that product and then get going on the mule deer plan. So I looked at it yesterday. There's a lot of good stuff there. I'm anxious to hear what the public has to say about that as we look to shape how we're going to manage mule deer in the future. Believe it or not, the session's only 6 months away. So we are in budget construction and policy review right now. So we are working on developing budget priorities that we will be bringing to you and the Parks Board for your review, comment, and hopefully concurrence at the August meeting. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. I do need to apologize. I have an interim budget committee that I'm required to attend this morning, so I'll be leaving you in Melissa Watson's capable hands, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, are you available to speak to the next item on the agenda?
I am, Madam Chair. We are scheduled now at this point in the conversation to have the hour that Wolves of the Rockies, we negotiated for them as part of a settlement of some litigation earlier on. Right now, I'm not seeing anybody from Wolves of the Rockies on the meeting. And I have emailed their lawyer, and I know Eric has contacted Wolves of the Rockies. So we, at this time, we don't have them available. Madam Chair, I will keep you informed if they come up, but my recommendation at this point would be to hold on this agenda item until we can get them on board.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And we'll move on with our agenda then. Okay. Ms. Cooper for licensing, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and starting with that.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Emily Cooper. I'm the licensing bureau chief here at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. The first agenda item that you're going to see this morning is draft rules for that resident super tag. The 2023 legislative session approved House Bill 456, which added a resident only super tag opportunity for a moose, sheep, or goat opportunity. At your April commission, the commission approved that opportunity be a moose this year. So this agenda item is the draft administrative rules to establish the eligibility, lottery structure, use of the license, and the rotation of that species. So if the commission approves this today, this will begin the MAPA process, which will include public comment. It'll get filed with the Secretary of State's office and begin that process. And hopefully you'll see a finalized version of these administrative rules at your next meeting in August. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion? Or do you have any question? Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate the formal MAPA rulemaking process prescribed by Secretary of State procedure on the department's draft rule language.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane, for the second. Any questions or comments before I go out to public comment? Okay. I think somebody is not on mute and there's some noise coming across. There we go. Okay, so is there anyone who would like to speak to this? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Okay. Give one more second here. Okay.
Madam Chair, I do have one online public commenter.
Okay, go ahead.
I have John B. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, there, I had to unmute. Thank you, commissioners. My name is John Barr. I was part of the West Central LEPOC committee. I just want to voice my full support of Commissioner Burrow's amendment for the mountain lion quota changes.
Okay, that's later on.
Is that for later?
Yep. So
my apologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Seeing no commenters, all those in favor of the resident super tag motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we will move on to fisheries. Mr. Strainer, if you'd like to give us a drought update, please.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the commission. Adam Strainer, I'm the Fisheries Division Habitat Bureau Chief. As many commissioners mentioned, drought monitoring is on everyone's mind this time of year. So I'm here to provide, a brief summary of water conditions across the state as we prepare likely for drought conditions in the near future. I'd like to report that the rain this past week is the end of the drought, but that's probably not the case. So fisheries and water staff continue to meet each Tuesday morning to assess water conditions across the state. And so here's a quick summary, a rundown across the regions. Some of this will be redundant, so I'll try to skip over those based on the commissioner's reports. Region 1, Hungry Horse Reservoir, Flathead Lake, and Koocanusa are all scheduled to be at full pool. Currently, Flathead Lake in particular, there's matching flow, both inflow and outflow. So the pool elevation trajectory for Flathead Lake looks similar to last year. In general, across the region, 70 to 80% of snow water equivalent in most drainages. But likely we'll see, as you'll hear a theme throughout each region, potentially some drought restrictions or closures in the near future. Region 2, we're basically in a holding pattern until summer hits, but the 90-degree temps are coming soon. As soon as it gets to, really hot temps and flows come down, which is likely to occur in the next 2 to 3 weeks, closures and restrictions will be considered. In particular, in this region, the Blackfoot River is in pretty rough shape this year. Both fisheries staff and water staff have been in constant discussions with partners throughout that drainage. So look for likely drought closures in the future there. Region 3, you know, it was a relatively wet, cool summer last year, and most of the reservoirs went into the winter in relatively good shape. So, you know, Hebgen, Ruby, Clark Canyon, all filled, which should provide upper sections of those rivers with a good buffer this summer as far as flows go. Although May moisture provided a little boost, we had a below average year for snowpack, especially in low elevation snows. Prior to the recent storm, the lower reaches of the Big Hole, Beaverhead, Ruby, and Madison rivers and the entire Jefferson were approaching 70 degrees. The lower Gallatin was in the mid 60s. So we expect to be requesting hoot owl closures or hoot owl restrictions on the very lower sections of these rivers in the next couple of weeks. Region 4, no action needed at this time. The Sun River flows are exceptionally low, kind of up in that neck of the woods as far as Region 4, well below historic averages. But we'll wait, you know, we'll continue to wait for water temps to increase probably in the next couple of weeks, depending on weather and moisture. Could be as early as late June. So we'll stay in touch with both the commissioner in Region 4 and fisheries staff. As far as the reservoirs in Region 4, Canyon Ferry is at or near full pool. Tiber is currently projected at about 6 feet below full pool, and Gibson's projected at currently about 8 feet below full pool. That latter one will be first time on record that Gibson likely does not fill. Region 5, flooding issues are occurring in the southern half of Region 5 as we speak. There's lots of snow in the Beartooth Mountains, and we are beginning to see some drought conditions in the northern half of the region. However, no closures are likely at this time, but again, in the next few weeks. Region 6, you know, it was a cold, unseasonably cool spring, but Nelson and Fresno are at full pool, while Fort Peck is approximately 15 feet low. And the big take home in 6, I think at this point, is the soil moisture is pretty low across much of the region. So drought conditions are looming very quickly here. Region 7, the Yellowstone, Tongue, and Powder rivers flows were good in May and June. Peak flows from snowpack is likely behind us now in all 3 rivers. Flows were adequate to stimulate pallid sturgeon and paddlefish migrations. And as we already talked about this morning, paddlefish harvest was pretty good. Tongue River Reservoir is at full pool, and flows began over the spillway in May 22nd. Will continue for some time in the future. The bottom line, we had some recent moisture across much of the state. However, hot temperatures are coming, and closure restrictions are likely coming soon. Madam Chair, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We got 1.8 inches of rain in the last couple of days, so hopefully we'll keep getting some rain in Region 6. Any questions for any of the commissioners?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, I just have one question for Adam, and that is, can you just comment on the recent meetings over on the Big Hole Beaverhead with the governor, and fill us in on the just a quick snapshot on the latest survey results I think came out this past week?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, you know, I have not been privy to that discussion. So unfortunately, I'll have to get that information to you after this meeting, but I can certainly provide you an update at a later time.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Schreiner. There's no public comment in this. This is just informational.
Thank you.
So we can, Mr. Wakeling, if you're on, we'll move into mountain lion quotas.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Members of the commission, Brian Wakeling, I'm the Game Management Bureau Chief. What our recommendations, here to present our recommendations this morning on the mountain lion quotas. A lot of species, we tend to handle things on a biennial basis, but for mountain lions, it's one of those things, one of the species that we try to bring back on an annual basis so that the commission can review. As you all remember, there were some changes that the commission considered and put forward last year, largely some increases to some quotas. What that resulted in, or what we saw in harvest this year, statewide was approximately a 7% increase in harvest. And so total harvest this year was 542 mountain lions. The increase was larger on the female segment than what it was on the male. It actually harvested, I believe, one or two fewer males, but most of the increase was in the female segment. So we do anticipate that we would see a change in the statewide trajectory. However, we're not modeling the population statewide at the same level as we have been with some of our ecoregions. To speak to that specifically, the department's recommendation this year is to maintain the quotas that were adopted by the commission last year, with one exception to that, and that's within the West Central ecoregion, which comprises quite a few lion management units. What was adopted last year by the commission was intended to have an effect on the population over a 6-year period of time. And for that reason, the department is not recommending any changes to those quotas that were adopted by the commission. Our lion monitoring that we do within each of the ecoregions is designed to, it's kind of a two-step process, a fairly complex two-step process. But the first process is we spend 2 years in each ecoregion doing field sampling to try to determine a point estimate, if you will, for using what we call the spatially explicit capture-recapture modeling. And what this involves is the capture and recapture of individual animals. And by doing that, basically get a ratio of marked versus unmarked animals in the population that allows us to estimate the number of animals in that area. We also use an integrated population model. The integrated population model differs from the integrated patch occupancy model that we use for wolves. And so it's a lot of people use those terms interchangeably, but they're different. The integrated population model takes things like harvest, known information about range size, recruitment, a lot of information like that. And it allows us to take the data that we have and put it into a model that allows us to project into the future what we anticipate the effects of a variety of treatments. And so we've done that with the Northwest ecoregion, and what we've just completed was an effort of using the same approach with the West Central ecoregion. The West Central ecoregion, we put together another lion ecoregional population objective committee that deliberated over the course of 3 days, and then some subsequent interchange to try to come up with a consensus recommendation. That consensus recommendation for the West Central ecoregion was to maintain a stable population there. It's a little misleading just to hear it stated in that fashion. If we look at the 5-year average harvest that we observed within the West Central ecoregion prior to the quotas that were adopted by the commission last year, we harvested on average about 151 lions. Last year, under the quotas that were established by the commission within the West Central ecoregion established a quota in total of 280. That 280, underneath that quota, we harvested 179 lions last year within the West Central ecoregion. Based on the results from the integrated population model in order to achieve a stable population of mountain lions within the West Central ecoregion, we have to harvest 235 lions. And so the ultimate recommendation that the department is putting forward that we use to we use the input from the Lion Ecoregional Population Objective Committee to establish, it would require 235 lions to be harvested in order to maintain that stable. So our quota that we're recommending within that area is 235. That's more than what was harvested last year under the increased quota that the commission adopted last year. And so it can get a little confusing. It looks like we're recommending a reduction in harvest. We're actually recommending an increase in harvest, but the quota would help us maintain a stable population. So those are the only changes that differ from what the commission adopted last year. There's one of the provisions that we provided to the commission and to the public was what that markup would look like within the regulations this upcoming year, and all those changes are highlighted there. I think that concludes my presentation, Madam Chair. I'll be certainly willing to try to answer any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions? And what seems to work the best for us is to have a motion on the original recommendation, and then we'll have a motion on any amendments after that. So, Commissioner Lane.
He's
Yep, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the fall 2024, winter 2025 mountain lion seasons as presented by the department, including the recommendations that influence the West Central ecoregion with all other aspects regarding prior seasons adopted, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations.
I second that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siebel. Okay, any other questions on this? Okay, Commissioner Burrows, did you want to go ahead?
Yes, I would. Would you take a motion now? An amended?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
All right, Madam Chair, I would move the commission adopt the following amendments from the recommended quotas. LMU 210, a quota of 4 males, 3 females for a total of 7 lions. LMU 240, 2 limited licenses, 8 males, 8 females for 18 total. LMU 250, 10 males, 8 females, 18 total. LMU 270, 2 limited licenses, 10 male, 10 female, 22 total. And LMU 380, 1 limited license with 6 female subquota and a total of 12 lions. And I would
go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Burrows. What were you saying?
I was just going to see if there was a second, and then I did have a question.
I'll second that.
Okay. Commissioner Siebel, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to see if I could get clarification. I haven't had time to talk to the department about the recommendation on LMU 380, where their recommendation on this amendment was basically a subquota of 5 males and 6 females with the 1 limited. And I was just wondering if I could get clarification on that, because that didn't look like the quotas in 2023.
Okay. Mr. Wakeling, if you could speak to that, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows. You're absolutely correct. It is not what the commission adopted for the 2023-2024 season. However, you may recall in December, the commission brought forward, or the department brought forward to the commission, recommendations on a season structure change. For the 2023 season, there were subquotas for males or females within Region 3, but what the department recommended and the commission adopted in December was male and female quotas throughout Region 3, which made Region 3 the same as all the other regions. So we don't have, there's a male and a female quota individually. And so what the department's recommendation, because this would be with what you've proposed, this would make Line Management U 380 the only one that had a sub quota. So we would recommend that commensurate with what you've proposed, that we would have a quota, winter quota of 5 males, and a winter quota of 6 females. That would make it consistent with what the commission adopted in December, and then all of the units would be similar.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like, if I could make an amendment to my original motion to include for LMU 380, total for LMU 380, 1 limited license, and with sub quotas of 5 male, 6 female for a total of 12 lions.
Okay. Commissioners.
I agree with that.
Yep. Any other questions? And I don't know if this meeting, if we have the capability of bringing that amendment up on the screen. It was released to the public. Okay. Yep, there it is. Are there any questions from the commissioners on this? Oh, Commissioner Siebel, you have your hand raised.
Madam Chair, I had a question in general about lion season setting. I don't know, are we taking questions just specifically
sure.
on the amendment now?
Sure. Well, I will take questions on all of it.
All right, yeah, Madam Chair, this question is for Mr. Wakeling, and I guess reading through the report, first I want to thank the hard work of the LEPOC groups. I realize that there's a lot of time put into this, and obviously, an amazing amount of work done and a lot of data gathered. And one of the questions I had was a question about this. There was notation several times about areas of ungulate concern or ungulate focal areas within that were being considered as part of the guidelines for the LEPOC as far as their recommendations to the commission. And my question for you, Brian, is does the department have a standard definition or a standard way to identify a hunting region or a lion management unit as an area of ungulate concern? And I'm asking this question because I think the idea as we set these numbers and create LEPOCs for the next two in regions that we're going to do, or the super regions we're going to do with the LEPOCs. I just was going to ask that question if there is a prescriptive, if there's already a way that those are being defined and are going to be defined in the future with these new groups.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel. The way that the focal areas are defined through their use with the LEPOC committees is an area where the committee has a concern for a particular class of animals, if you will. So in the case of an ungulate area, this is an area where the focal area would be a place where they would want to concentrate harvest. Kind of in, to speak in generalities, if the desire was to harvest 100 animals across 1,000 square miles, we'd assume that you're trying to harvest 1 animal for every 10 square miles. And so the LEPOC decides that, the desire is to keep a population stable, increase, decrease, and by what percentage. The department then looks at what the quota would take in order to achieve that objective. And then those areas where a focus, their objective is to benefit ungulates. So in other words, reduce lions or focus the harvest in that area. then we would actually want to see more than one for every 10 square miles. We would want to harvest a greater proportion of lions in that area, but the 100 would remain the same across the overall area. Similarly, if they are looking at a focal area where they want to benefit mountain lions, that's an area where we would want to reduce the overall harvest. So kind of a long-winded answer, I think, Commissioner Siebel, but there's no specific designation that the department is placing on this. Basically, we're leaving it up to the committee to identify areas of focus where we either want to increase harvest or decrease harvest.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
follow up. Thank you, Brian. And a question for you, I guess, in my mind, an area when we heard the reports even from the chair about the reduction, the reduced sheep counts in Missouri breaks and others. In my mind, those are areas that obviously are ungulate concern areas. And we know, and pretty much in my mind, any place with moose, sheep, or goat populations are probably areas that should be considered areas of ungulate concern, and also those with mule deer populations that are declining or of concern. So I guess I would recommend, and I'd like to request, if it's possible, that we offer more guidance as from the department. And I don't know how this procedure would work from the department to be able to help guide the LEPOC in the future, especially as they look at these other areas and say, these are areas that have concerns and declining sheep populations, and instead of leaving it up to the LEPOC themselves. And I guess that was more of a statement than a question, but I'd throw that out there and make that request to the department to see if that's something that's possible.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel. I apologize if I gave you the impression that we did not share information and data with the group. We certainly do. It's one of the things that we spend time trying to we provide the data to the LEPOC. It's something that we try to inform them any information that they request in addition to what we've already provided. Typically, we try to spend the first half day to, in some cases, full day, trying to provide them with all the background information that we have. So they're not making those decisions in a vacuum, which we try to provide them with either the information we have or what they might request in addition to that. The other thing that I would mention is that we did go through an exercise where we tried to identify each individual hunting district where we might have a moose, sheep, goat, deer, or elk population that's below objective. And if you want to look at those across the board, you can probably find at least one of those that's below objective in virtually every hunting district within the state. So we're trying to narrow down that focus so that we can actually, that's where we, like within the Northwest ecoregion, looking to reduce the overall population by 12.5% was a recommendation the LEPOC had. Here, trying to get increase that harvest here as well. So all of that factors in, but we do try to provide that information to the LEPOC, Commissioner Siebel.
All right, thank you.
I guess I have a little bit of a follow-up too. So Brian, as far as I remember, like 621, we increased the quotas for mountain lion, but they didn't reach the quotas. And I can't remember 622, but it doesn't seem like that quota was reached. And part of it, I think, was just the weather conditions and being able to track this last year. But do you remember on 622? Because that is where the sheep numbers are down.
Yeah. Madam Chair.
That's all right.
No, I've got some data here. Last year, within the line management unit in 620, we actually harvested we harvested 9, and the quota within 690 or 620 was 8. Within 690 was 14 and 13. So we did increase. We did see a substantial harvest there.
Right. The harvest was up. It still didn't meet the quota though on 621. I thought it was one short of meeting. Well, I thought it was they got, but anyway, we do have an increase in the quotas, I guess, in the problem areas as far as the numbers being down. Not mountain lion numbers, but deer and elk and sheep.
Yeah. I'm trying to find data sheet that will tell me exactly what we did in 620 and 690 last year, and I'm having a little trouble.
That's all right.
Finding
It's
it
all
right
right.
at the moment.
I know I'm close, but anyway, are there any further questions for Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to first vote on the
No.
amendment. That's typically what we do, and then
Right.
So I could, because I do have a whole series of
Amendments? Do you have?
Well, no, I don't have any amendments per se. I just have a series of questions and clarifications relative to process and lion management in general.
Okay. All
so
right.
We
If there's
can
no
do
more
that
questions-
after
Okay.
this vote, if you like.
Okay, so we will take a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. Okay, Commissioner Tabor, go ahead with your questions.
Great. So first of all, I want to thank Brian for all his patience with me. The commissioners will recognize that there was several additional pieces of information that were put into our folders. And it's along the lines of what Commissioner Siebel was talking about. What I've been trying to understand now for years relative to lions is the correlative relationship between the population of lions and the ungulates that are in the area. And in that regard, and this really addresses several of the public comments, I tend to just put aside elk and whitetail because of the nature of those populations and their ability to respond pretty significantly and bounce back. So it's those areas that Commissioner Siebel specifically identified, which is sheep, goat, moose, and in many cases mule deer. And so you might recall, commissioners, that in the information packet that was provided, and I believe this was also posted to the public so they could see that information as well, I was looking for a relationship where if we do increase our harvest of lions, do we see a corresponding either stabilization or potentially even reduction or increase in the ungulates of concern? And so Brian and I took a lot of time going through those charts, and he was patient with me. It is not actually the way the department looks at things for a whole lot of reasons that I can certainly let Brian explain. But for me, I'm trying to logic through our responsibility as commissioners to try to manage predators in balance with ungulates and other species. It's not about trying to eradicate any species, of course not. It's about trying to strike the right balance between both. And when we have these little pockets, and I think you were onto something, Chair Robinson, in that when we have these really disconcerting numbers coming down where we have major population drops, intuitively, the first thing I feel like I want to do is look at our predator management policy. Of course, we have to look at habitat. Of course, we have to look at nutrition and all the other impacts. So I'm not saying this in a void, but I do recognize that, once a population gets under stress, it can really get stressed more if the predators are there. I think the conclusion, Brian, that perhaps you helped me get to is that's it. Number one, the department just doesn't get there that way, although thematically it does, but it doesn't get there mathematically. But it does show some interesting trends. And so was I wrong to observe that of the last set of charts that you guys posted, that in most instances, when we had increased harvest over prior years, we did see a little bit of recovery in a lot of some of those populations that we were trying to estimate in ungulates.
So, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, specifically the charts that we provided in the last data set, what we tried to provide, and I'll speak specifically to the mule deer aspect of it, not so much the elk, but what we provided was harvest data for mule deer. So what we provided was the number of mule deer that were harvested, both antlered and antlerless, and then we plotted on that the harvest of mountain lions. And so from a statistical standpoint, what we talk about is correlation. There does seem to be some relationship between the two, but it's difficult for us to say cause and effect. So in some instances, what we're hoping and what our assumption, and I'd say most of these assumptions are generally true. And so the deductions and inferences that the commission may draw from that are probably generally true. Now, there are instances where the relationship may not be as strong or may not be what we initially assume it to be. So if we see mule deer harvest go up and we see the harvest of mountain lions go up, one inference that some people draw from that is, well, because we harvested a greater number of mountain lions, mule deer were allowed to increase, and the harvest of mule deer then increased as well. One thing I'll say is that from the department standpoint, the antlered harvest tends to be a better index towards population size than the antlerless harvest. We control and adjust that antlerless harvest based on our perceptions of how those populations are doing. So looking at the antlered harvest, one can draw the inference that perhaps because we've harvested a greater number of mountain lions, we start to see a greater number of antlered deer available for harvest. Another argument that is made by some individuals is that, well, what you're actually seeing is mule deer populations increasing, which allows for the greater harvest of mule deer, but that also allows for mountain lion abundance to increase and therefore a greater harvest of mountain lions. And so they do tend to correlate with one another, but for those reasons, the department really doesn't assign a cause and effect without some additional information and inferences that we can draw from that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple more follow-up questions. So in looking at what we tried to do as a commission last year and then rolling it forward, and if I understand the numbers, so LEPOC comes with a recommendation of roughly 230, 235 to stabilize. We hit 179. We shot for 280, didn't even get close. If we don't get 235, we're not stabilizing, we're continually growing. And so in a year where we continue to fall short on our objectives, on the quotas, don't we have an additive effect in our population continues to grow? So we put more strain over the 6-year period to actually create either stability or decline. And we're literally in a position of increase.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, Vice Chair Tabor, that is certainly a possibility. However, and this is primarily why we are trying to do a better job of developing these point estimates with a seeker estimate in one period, and then 6 years later, we'll come back and get another seeker estimate. And what we're hoping to be able to do with that is look at the harvest, use our integrated population model, and see if our understanding of those population dynamics is as we expect it to be. So this is an adaptive management experiment that we're using. And despite the fact that the department may make a recommendation for a specific quota, if the commission changes it, it does not compromise our ability to use that as part of the modeling and part of the adaptive management exercise. So the department is not trying to we're not stating that it's important for a scientific reason to maintain our quotas. The commission certainly has the prerogative to change that. But part of what we're trying to understand in the process of that, as predator populations, as prey populations start to reach what the habitat can sustain, we start to see some reductions in recruitment. And we see the same thing in predator populations. So on a linear basis, one could anticipate that if we are not harvesting the mountain lions at a level at which is required to sustain a static population, we would expect to see that grow. I think that's a safe assumption to make. However, at some point, once it gets to a certain point, that growth rate starts to decline. It won't continue to grow as rapidly. But I think that the assumption that you've made, as you stated it, if we don't harvest enough lions to maintain a stable population, that population will grow.
But I guess I just want to put in that to remember too, this is 1 year into our long-term, I guess, goal. So it's hard to, I mean, you can look at it, but you still have to kind of get a little farther in before you see what the trend is going to be.
Madam Chair, that's an accurate assessment. This is why for most of the recommendations that the department puts forward, we generally look at a 2-year time frame, because typically 2 years is about the shortest period of time it takes for us to actually see an effect from a change that we make. But we didn't harvest the number of lions that would have been required to keep that population stable this past year.
Madam Chair, one other thing that I guess I'd like to point out in what was a very rich conversation that I had with Brian was, and Brian, after I've stated, I want to make sure that I stated it correctly and you correct anything I misstate. But this process of getting the 2-year look, so we first go in and use the approach using houndsmen much in the same way that they hunt, or they a lot of really skilled houndsmen, it stops being about the harvest altogether, really, and it's more about the chase, and they love to tree it. And now we have this ability to collar and identify and extract the data. And then in the follow-up season, when we do it again, we have this relationship of how many were captured, assessments the first go around and the second go around, and that ratio of recapture is a very key component in the population estimate process. But just like hunting, if we have back-to-back relatively poor conditions to tree lions, then we're going to get a relatively poor kind of estimation process utilizing that technique. And in the case of the West Central region, that kind of wound up being the case, especially for the second year. So the second year of treeing animals, it was a pretty rough year statewide in terms of lion hunting from the standpoint of poor conditions. And then obviously that would result in fewer recaptures, fewer captures overall, which then directly impacts your ability to put it in the spatial model and then get projections. So my concern over all that is, now we're going to rely on that for the next 6 years. And what we learned when we did the first region, the eco region, is we had phenomenal conditions to both year 1 and year 2. And what we wound up finding out was, based on the results of that, we had a substantially more robust lion population than anybody thought possible. And in some regards, that's what guided and informed our decision back in June of 23 was, given that methodology and the relationship, it would seem to imply that that would also be the results elsewhere. But you can't predict those unless you go out and actually perform those things. But we didn't get to perform the 2-year process with the same level of accuracy and I think outcome that we did in the Northwest region. So here's my concern. First of all, for sure, correct anything I said wrong. But then second of all, if you could just say, because the way the model is, it builds kind of from the bottom up. You take all these different feedback. If any one of the elements in this population estimate process comes in a little weak, then we have an overall underestimate of population to begin with. And then that's what we're guiding and directing LEPOCs now and in the future of basing their recommendations to us. It feels to me like we run this pretty substantive risk of, grossly underestimating our population of lions. And then if we've come with a stabilization policy on top of that, we could wind up having a lot more lions and therefore a substantively greater effect on those ungulates of concern. And so that's kind of my overall feeling about this. And I'll conclude and then let you address it with what Commissioner Siebel said. And I feel like it has to be a departmental level definition and that guides everyone. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving it to any one committee because committees change each time we ask them to gather together. So if we have ungulate areas of concern, it seems to me that we'd want to create pretty specific criteria about trends, population, declination, other areas, for sheep, goats, moose, and certain areas for mule deer, where we automatically know as a department that this is going to be an area that we're going to do a number of things. It may be our predator management policy. It may be other things. I don't know what those other things might be. We may be more aggressive in terms of partnering with land agencies on habitat management. It may be restoration projects for nutrition. It may be trying to improve the winter to summer range, corridors or things that will help us stabilize or restore some of these declining populations. But I'll just give you the opportunity to comment on all that, Brian, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry for the diatribe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Tabor. This is, as you're illustrating, this is anything but a simple exercise and trying to understand all the relationships and what we're speaking about here right now is just, essentially a single predator and a single prey. And we recognize that there are multiple predators and there's multiple prey. And I'm fond of saying that this is really nonlinear math. Nonlinear math, by definition, has multiple solutions. So, I want to make a couple of things as clear as I can, though. While we are certainly looking at our seeker model estimates, and we use our integrated population model to try to project into the future, we've also got the ability to look at some of the prior research that has been done, especially within Region 2. We have the benefit of some of that. We've had a genetic study that gave a statewide population estimate. We've had some of the actual seeker work was originally developed within Region 2. And so we do have 2 or 3 other independent estimates of abundance. And so I'm kind of going from memory here, but in Region 1, we've estimated somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,375 lions up there. Currently, our best estimate within this West Central ecoregion is somewhere between 1,800 and 1,900 lions. And so as we look at as we come back in and look at those independent estimates of abundance over time, seeker method or some other method that may be developed, all of the inputs that go into the integrated population model help us evaluate the quality of our understanding of relationships and the quality of the data that we have. We have no fear that we are over harvesting mountain lions. We're confident that mountain lions are commonplace, that their populations are healthy. And so what we're talking about are trajectories that lay within the realm of biological acceptability. So we have room for error. All of this helps us understand that a little bit better. The other thing that I'd like to mention, and I apologize again if I gave the misrepresented it, that we don't share data with the LEPOC. We certainly do. But what we do try to do when we share, the status of mule deer populations or the status of bighorn sheep populations, trying to identify recommendations on where the agency should focus their effort. We are looking for the LEPOC to kind of prioritize that for us. And we do share all of that information with them. We do try to tell them, specifically where those prey populations are in relation to their objectives. And so it's our intent to be an informed decision, and we do want their input on where we should be focusing our work. So
I think Commissioner Burrows has a question too. I'll let him get that in, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not necessarily a question as much as a comment, because I like to, when you make an amendment like this, just to give a little bit of background or rationale on where it came from and why. Maybe first off, I guess my depth of knowledge in this area compared to Commissioner Tabor's is a drop in the bucket. But I'm learning a lot, and thanks to the LEPOC and the department, Brian, Quentin, everybody. If I wouldn't have had that, this would have been a monumental task, but the LEPOC kind of set the stage for it. And then I just took their good work and continued on and used their criteria, I think, to set these numbers. Big picture, there's this discussion about, the department and goals and objectives, but I really kind of focused in localized, and that's why I didn't go outside of the LEPOC at all. I think there probably are some LMUs that maybe need adjusted. I tried to stay within this eco region, utilize the criteria that they set forth on ungulate and lion focal areas, and kind of got down into that scalpel approach with the biologists, with data that we have that shows that ungulates are affected. I mean, we have good research in the Bitterroot that shows that ungulates are affected by lion populations, and that decreasing lion populations help to increase the recruitment of ungulates. So starting fundamentally with that, then working through to set these quotas. That's how I got to these numbers. Could we argue plus or minus a line in an LMU? Probably. One of the things that I guess I could never really wrap my head around was focusing on realized harvest from a previous year or previous years to really hone in on a quota. There's a lot of factors that go into that realized harvest, climate change, what the weather's done, economics of being able to go up and afford fuel and food for hounds and all those things. So what was more important to me is making sure that we set a quota based on science. And if we can rationalize that quota, then hold to it, not necessarily pay as much attention. If we've got a quota that's sustainable for both lions and ungulates, then that's what makes sense to me. And trying to monkey with quotas because of realized harvest, I guess that didn't make a lot of sense to me. So I didn't weigh that as heavily into my consideration. And at some point we may need to look at, because I think there's data that showed, and I've heard it from the biologist, that, an LMU is such a small area, and these lions have quite a range of area that, I tying it LMU 380 to 240, probably not, but there's definitely, the lions don't know boundaries in 380, 370, 350 versus, and same as 240, 50, 70. Those lions are moving through that whole area. So maybe we need more of a multi-LMU approach to quotas versus just, this one polygon on the ground has 12 total lions. Sometimes we may see that as the hindrance on the harvest as well, in an area where, we harvest the lions in this area, but a mile or right across the road, we didn't hit the quota in that area. And so we may be able to use more of a multi-LMU approach and break quotas down based on, multi-LMUs and have them broken down that way instead of in this one LMU, here's the quota and that's all you can harvest. So hopefully that gives everybody kind of an understanding of how I got to where I did on these quotas. And I guess that's all I have at this point.
Okay. Is there anyone else who hasn't asked a question yet who would like to ask anything? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on the motion, the amended motion? Okay. I just want to give John B a heads up that this is the one, okay? Yeah. All right. So we have a couple people that have that would like to comment on it. Okay, I actually will start with John B. You need to unmute, please.
Hello, thanks, and apologize again for earlier. Yeah, so you know where I stand, I guess. Fully support Commissioner Burrows, especially 240, 250, 270 LMUs. We have a very special situation here, with, bordering such a vast wilderness. And I just want to, formally and publicly extend my support of his amendment. Thank you for your time and listening.
Okay, thank you. I just want to remind everyone that there is a 2-minute time limit, and Eric has it posted on the screen also. So, all right, next would be Mary Alexine. I'm not sure how. Go ahead. You need to unmute.
I'm unmuted. Madam
Okay.
Chair and members of the commission, I am the co-leader of Great Old Broads for Wilderness in the Northwest Montana area. And mountain lions are part of what make our wildlands special. They make living in Montana special. And the idea that there is a lion abundance, it's clear from all the comments that have been made that it's not a science or a solidly determined number of lions. We don't know how many there are. I urge you to reject the proposed increase in the quota. I would really like for mountain lions to be around for future generations, and have my grandchildren and their children be able to someday have the thrill of seeing a mountain lion in the wild. I wish I could have that experience. So I hope that you will consider not supporting this. And as I said, it's clear that there are some inferences that are being made, but that there are some flaws in the way that the numbers are being determined. And further, it's clear that there are other pressures on ungulates it's just not known. Is it about food? Is it about weather? Is it about other issues that haven't been determined? It's very fuzzy. So please don't increase the quotas, and please don't. And I don't know if this is being addressed right now, but I would urge you to not prolong the hunting season, the hound hunting season, because that can have a harmful effect on non-target animals. Our public lands belong to all of us.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Lucas, you want to go ahead, please?
Thank you. Madam Chairs, members of the commission, good morning. I'm Jeff Lucas, LUKAS Conservation Director for the Montana Wildlife Federation. Montana Wildlife Federation supports the proposed lion quotas and Commissioner Burrows' amendments for our 2 LMUs. We believe the suggested quotas reflect what biologists and lion hunters are seeing in those areas. We're pleased to see the effort made by Montanans who participated in the lion ecoregional population Objective Committee, or LEPOC, which resulted in a solid plan for long-term management of lions in the west central portion of the state. Much like deer, fish, and elk, when folks on the ground who know their resource well best come together, armed with science and guidance from FWP, the potential for good resource management increases. MWF is supportive of the findings and proposals presented for lion management in this region. By approaching LMUs in a more granular fashion, this proposal ensures that each quota in each LMU best reflects both the current population and the projected population, while taking into account social factors such as human conflict and age class. While this process may take more time than proposals that are more of a blanket approach, the result should be a more stable population where there are fluctuations and a reduction in human-lion conflict where that's an issue. We're also very pleased to see ungulate populations have been considered in certain areas where mule deer populations are in decline. This thoughtful approach should have a wider range of support from stakeholders and citizens than FWP has seen in the past, as it takes into account a variety of concerns from each LMU. We commend FWP and those who participated in the LEPOC for the work, as MWF supports these mountain lion management proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burdette, please.
You got me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Good morning. My name is Justin Burdette. I'm the Region 2 Director of MOGA. The West Central LEPOC, in its executive summary, says specifically that an ungulate focal area with intensified harvest to aid struggling ungulate populations in LMUs 240, 250, 270, and 280. Commissioner Burrow's amendment specifically recognizes the LEPOC's recommendation. I fully support Commissioner Burrow's amendment and appreciate his taking action to help our struggling ungulate. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Dara, if you would like to go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm Jeff Dara. I live in Stevensville, Montana. I'm the Executive Director of Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. And going fourth or fifth here, a lot of what I was going to say has already been said, but I would like to thank the LEPOC committee and all the hard work that they did. And I also would echo what Jeff Lucas said. It's good to have people that are on the ground having input on making these decisions. I also support all the hard work that Commissioner Burrows put into this and his thinking in raising quotas in the Bitterroot Valley. I would only suggest that we do the same thing for black bears in Montana. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So the next one is MOGA office, and I'm not sure who's on there.
Hi, Commissioner. This is Will Israel, the MOGA Executive Director. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Really an educational experience there, listening to Commissioner Vice Chair Tabor and then the other commissioners, Commissioner Burrows, have questions and raise concerns about the department's proposal. We fully support this amendment from Commissioner Burrows, and we think that it absolutely hits the mark. And that is based on a lot of the recommendations that came from this West Central LEPOC and their recommendations. What they identified specifically are the ungulate focal areas in the 200 LMUs. And those individual areas and across that West Central region are looking at that number of 235 lions harvested, which as Commissioner Tabor identified, has not even come close. And so by reducing quotas for a number of different reasons, and Commissioner Burrows elucidated that there was a potential of just reduced harvest throughout the year, it doesn't make a whole lot of common sense. And so we are absolutely supportive of this amendment, and it's for the ungulate focal areas. As lion harvests increase, those ungulates seem to have a correlation of less pressure and recovery and bounce back and recruitment. I think the common term or the common understanding when it comes to lions is that an adult lion will kill 40 to 50 ungulates per year. And so if there is a math equation there, it needs to be identified by decreasing quotas by up to 30 lions. You're looking at an increase of kill of over 1,600 ungulates throughout the season, and so or
Thank
throughout.
you. Your time is up. Thank you. Just a reminder to everybody, the timer is on the screen. So the next speaker is 406. Okay. Oh, you're okay. Ben Lamb, please. You're muted.
There we go.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that, Madam Chair. My name is Ben Lamb, representing the Montana Conservation Society. Everybody has said so much, so just a hearty me too from us on the Burroughs Amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions from the commission before we go to a vote? I guess I'll give 406 one more chance. You need to unmute, please. Okay, 406, one more chance. You need to unmute. Okay, not working. All right. Okay, Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I just have a quick clarification from Mr. Wakeling, and just an explanation about the operations of the LEPOC. It looks like we have 13 members of the public who I assume are volunteers, and in reviewing the materials over the past few weeks, it looks like that group met for full two-day sessions when they were reviewing this material. Can you confirm that, please?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, it was 13 members. We did have two meetings scheduled. I can't remember off the top of my head whether in the first meeting they had 2 full days or 2.5 days where they met and they discussed. They actually made more progress than they had anticipated, and so there was not actually a second in-person meeting, but there was some, the results that the department was able to generate was shared with the LEPOC, and they did have come to consensus on that electronically. It wasn't a second meeting.
And are they all volunteers?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, yes, that is correct. They are all volunteers. Travel time was or not time, but travel expenses were covered, but no time, no compensation as a result of that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd just like to recognize this group and thank them for their commitment. And I assume these meetings are open to the public for those who are concerned about lion populations. They really should make an effort to attend these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Siegel?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to echo something one of the commenters said and go back to something that Vice Chair Tabor said, that I'm still standing by the fact that I recommend, and like Vice Chair Tabor, a more programmatic approach to identifying areas that are of critical ungulate concern. And whether it's, moose, sheep, goat, or mule deer, those being those four kind of the ones I'm thinking about. But really importantly is that we do need to consider that if we do it more programmatically for areas, then we can consider that when we're looking at other predators as well, including black bears and other things that we do manage the harvest of. So I did want to say, I still support that. And I think it's something that the department should be have a very programmatic approach and a very specific approach on how to identify those areas to make sure that we include that in our consideration as we're looking at harvest of all the predators, not just lions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tabor, I'll let you wrap up the comments.
Somewhat similar to what Commissioner Siebel indicated, as we talk about the composition of those 13 members and whether they really represent everybody, I think that both the department and the LEPOC did the best they could based on the composition of the membership of that group. But if we're looking at ungulate areas of concern, it'd stand to reason that, those folks that are really in support of, mule deer, those people that are really in support of the moose, those folks that are really in support of bighorn sheep, that we have a little bit more involvement on those folks in terms of their concern. I know in looking through the comments that came through, the Sheep Association wrote a pretty strong letter of, sort of in support of Commissioner Burrows' areas because of their genuine concern in most of their areas of the declining balances and what predation has had. So echoing what Commissioner Siebel said, I'd like to see a little bit more formality to the information gathering. And at no point, Brian, did I want to, imply that you weren't providing data. Of course, you provide as much data as both you think they need and additional stuff they probably asked for. So it's less about that. It's more about the advocacy element of it. And I do know that there were some non-consumptive people on the LEPOC as well. So they had a voice in that process, as did the houndsmen, as did, the various types of constituencies that was designed into the LEPOC. But when we get to these issues of ungulate areas of concern, it just feels like we got to get even more formal about it. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Let me have Commissioner Burrows make his comments first, and then I'll let you speak, Brian. Go ahead.
Sorry, just one more point, but sometimes these predator increases are characterized as a war on predators, and that is not the case here. This is in response to those ungulate populations. And I guess I appreciate the holistic approach that this commission's taken to managing those ungulates. It's a multi-pronged approach with the predator control, habitat assessments, closures, restrictions, and then the hunting pressures. And we've seen us take that multifaceted approach with, if we've got an ungulate issue, we're reducing bee licenses. And so I guess I take a little bit of offense to sometimes when these are characterized as just a war on predators, when I think it's a multifaceted approach that's sustainable for the predator and the ungulates. And I guess the final point is that if we can increase those ungulate populations and have a healthy ungulate population, the predator population is going to follow right behind it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Brian, if you want to make some final comments.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm a couple of things. The committee met twice. The first time they met for 2 days, and the second time they met for 1 day. So there were 2 separate meetings. Also would like to point out that these just as this commission meeting is, it was streamed online, and so there was an opportunity for the public to comment and attend in person if they chose to. And we did actually have 3 members of the public attend one of the meetings and share some comments. So I just wanted to clarify with a little bit more accurate information on that.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no more questions or comments, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, I am going to take a break until 10:30. It's just about 7 minutes, so let's just take a short break.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Keith, how are you?
Oh, not too bad. How you doing?
All right, we're on a break here from the commission meeting. I thought I'd just catch you up on a few things if you got a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're not muted. There you go.
All right, we will get started again. Mr. Wakeling, if you want to speak to the correction on the elk season dates, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I mentioned earlier that the commission addressed most species with a 2-year regs period. In December of this past year, the commission adopted the deer, elk, and antelope regs. In that, when the department presented that recommendation, we inadvertently included an error in one specific hunting district 280, and it was an elk season. What we did is we wound up inadvertently providing essentially a gap between 2 elk seasons. One is a brow-tined, it's the general season, so rifle hunt. The season runs from currently September 15th through September 25th, followed by a antlerless and brow-tined season that runs September 27th to December 1st. So that leaves the September 26th of the gap between those dates where no hunting would be lawful. There's a department error with oversight on our part. What we want to do is bring this back to the commission, have them adjust the brow-tined and antlerless season so that it would actually begin on September 26th and run through December 1st in both 2024 and 2025. And so that's our recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Brooke.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the correction to the elk season dates in HD 280 for general licensed brow-tine bull or antlerless elk for the dates of September 26th to December 1st in 2024 and 2025.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Walsh, thank you. Any questions? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this motion? Is there anyone online who would like to speak to this motion?
I have no hands raised at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. Having no further questions or comments, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Is it Mr. McDonald or are you doing that one also, Mr. Wakeling?
I'll be doing the Beartooth.
Okay, perfect. If you'd like to go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I'm Ken McDonald. I'm Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And this next item is we're seeking approval of a renewal of a grazing lease on the Beartooth Wildlife Management Area in Region 4. And this is a renewal, a 6-year renewal of an existing grazing arrangement we have with the Sebin Land and Livestock. It involves about 9,500 acres of WMA on the Beartooth, and it's those acres are incorporated into a larger grazing plan with Sebin Livestock, about 26,000 acres, plus 300 acres of DNRC and about 2,300 acres of BLM. So for a total grazing system that totals a little over 38,000 acres. Like I said, this is a continuation of a lease that's been in place. This grazing system's been in place since 1992. What we do is we combine our lands with the other lands I just mentioned into a larger rest rotation grazing system. So therefore we increase the footprint of the grazing system to a much larger area. The grazing system, like I said, has been in place for a number of years. It's an exchange of use agreement, which means there's no money changes hands. We basically it's covered through the incorporation of the other lands. I think that's about it. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer, and Region 4 is on the line as well if you have any real specific questions.
If there are any questions, Commissioner Lane?
Oh, would you entertain a motion at
Yes,
this
I would
point?
entertain a motion, yes.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 6-year grazing lease renewal with the Sieben Livestock Company as presented by the department.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walsh. All right, does anyone have any questions? All right. Commissioner Lane, do you have a question or you still have your hand up from the motion?
No, I just wanted to make a comment if I could,
Sure.
please.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My brother ranch is up right next or close to this lease agreement. And so I can speak from firsthand that I've seen that Siebens do a great job of managing their grazing practices. And I also would like to thank Corey Lecker, the Region 4 Wildlife Manager, for working with these neighbors in and using cows on these WMAs as a tool in habitat management. This 38,000 acre system has had a huge positive impact on not only this lease, but the surrounding leases, and the neighbors seem to be quite happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before I go to public comment? All right. Is there anyone at the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay. Looks like Mr. Lucas, if you would like to go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. Montana Wildlife Federation supports the renewal of the Beartooth grazing lease as we have in the past. And I'd like to second Commissioner Lane's statements on this issue. For years, this grazing lease has struck the right balance between enhancing habitat, allowing access to high quality hunting and fishing grounds, and ensuring that a well-respected ranch maintains its ability to prosper. The Sieben Livestock Company has a rich conservation legacy, and MWF is very supportive of the work that the Hell's Kitchen Working Group has done over the decades. We believe that efforts to enhance habitat while keeping working agricultural lands productive is an essential element of maintaining Montana's economy and agricultural heritage, while at the same time allowing the public to enjoy the fruits of these labors and their generosity. MWF fully supports the renewal of the Beartooth grazing lease. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. I'll give just a few seconds here. Okay. I don't see any other commenters, so one more chance. Any questions or comments from the commission before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the approval of the Beartooth grazing lease signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, Ken, if you would like to speak to the Grizzly Bear Tri-State Memorandum of Agreement, please.
You bet. So again, Madam Chair and Commissioners, this next item is a little different probably than most of the items you've looked at, but what we're asking for is approval of a memorandum of agreement between Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming related to management of grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. The MOA is actually an appendix to a conservation strategy, which is a requirement to have in place for delisting of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem of grizzly bears. It describes, the MOA itself describes how Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming will collectively manage at an ecosystem scale to ensure grizzly bear recovery is maintained. It's supposed to be signed by each of the state's directors and commissions. Idaho and Wyoming have both taken this in front of their commission, and both of those state commissions have approved it. And the reason we bring this to you today is that it does limit commission discretion to a degree for future management, but it also demonstrates regulatory commitments, which is one of the variables that the Fish and Wildlife Service considers when they're determining whether delisting of a population is warranted or not warranted. So I was going to give a little bit of background on the conservation strategy because that's the basis for the important part of the MOA. And before I do that, though, I just want to remind everybody that, you know, grizzly bear recovery is a real success story. We've collectively recovered and gone beyond recovery of grizzly bears and continue to manage them in a real responsible way. And this is just a continuation of that effort. So a little bit about the conservation strategy that the MOA is tiered off of. That conservation strategy, like I said, is a condition of delisting. It's basically a post-delisting management plan for bears. It describes how bears will be managed by the various state and federal agencies after delisting to ensure recovery is maintained. It's signed by the applicable state and federal land management agencies and the state wildlife management agencies with responsibilities for grizzly bears. And that signing kind of demonstrates the commitment to implementing this management plan after delisting. One of the chapters in the conservation strategy is chapter 2. It's dealing with demographics, includes criteria that the agencies agree to follow to ensure the recovered population is maintained. The demographic criteria in the conservation strategy apply to what is referred to as a demographic monitoring area, or DMA. And this is where bears are counted towards the population estimate and where mortalities of bears from any source count against that population. It's page 13 in the MOA that was in your packet. It's the demographic monitoring area is just under 20,000 square miles, about a third of which is in Montana. And then the crux of that population criteria is a commitment to maintain a population of grizzly bears within that demographic monitor area of between 800 and 950 bears. So the process then, the three states collectively are saying upon delisting, we would maintain ideally 800 to 950 bears or greater. So the process starts with determining a population estimate, and that's done by what's called the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team. It's led by the U.S. Geological Survey, includes experts from all three states as well, and then also the Yellowstone Park. And they use the information to inform what's an integrated population model that's been developed for this population. And this population model represents best available science. So then once, again, the crux of this is you have a population estimate. The agreement is when the population is between 800 and 950 bears, a variable called lambda, which is the rate of population increase or decrease, can be between 0.98 and 1.02, where 1 is a stable population. So depending on the management objectives, if you're between 800 and 950, you can decrease by a maximum of 2% per year, and obviously you can increase. If the population is greater than 950, then that lambda, or the rate of increase or decrease, can go down to 0.95. So no matter what the size of the population, it can never go down by more than 5% in any one year. And then there's another caveat in there that if the population were to fall below 800, all the three states would eliminate hunting until it gets above that. It would also it would trigger a mandatory biology and monitoring review by the study team to determine what appropriate changes are necessary to ensure we stay above 800. The conservation strategy allows another component of the conservation strategy is monitoring mortality. So the agencies, again, in this case, the three states and the National Park Service, also track all known mortalities and apply a correction or unknown and unreported mortalities. So once we have a population estimate, the 3 states would agree on a lambda value based on that population and management objectives, and then determine from that the maximum amount of mortality that could be allowed in order to meet that lambda. So that's where this tri-state MOA comes in, is because we're developing the population estimates, we're tracking the mortalities, and developing the mortality limits based on this large ecosystem. And then we need to make sure the 3 states collectively are working together, so no one state undermines the others or does something that will interfere with meeting these criteria. And so the MOA describes how each of these 3 states will collectively work together so we don't exceed those mortality limits. And in the second to last page of that MOA that's in your packet, page 17, I think it is, attachment C, there's an example, and I'll just go through it real quick. It's based on that example is based on the population estimate from 2022, which was a population estimate of 965 bears, which included 328 independent females and 332 independent males, which are bears that are no longer with their mother. And then there's 305 independent young. So based on that 965, if we were implementing this MOA, the states would then agree on a lambda value based on the population size and our management objectives. So for this example, I'm going to just say a lambda of 1, which is a stable population. So if we got together, said population 965, we're gonna manage for a stable population with a lambda of 1. That would mean, based on this model, that we could take up to 41 males and 31 females from all sources of mortality and maintain a stable population. And then what we do is we determine the total mortality from the previous calendar year for both the males and the females. And for this example, we used what has been the 10-year average, which is 20 males and 17 females. And then you subtract that, the available mortality from the known mortality, and that's what is potentially left if there is a desire for a hunting season. So in this example, the maximum male mortality is 41. We have an average of 20, meaning there's 21 males left and 31 maximum mortality females. 17 is the take, meaning left over 14. So theoretically, you'd have 21 males and 14 females available to still be taken if that was a desire to maintain that stable population, that lambda of 1. And then under the MOA, that gets divided up between the 3 states. The recommendation is divide that up based on the geographical area of each state within that demographic monitoring area. So Montana is 34% of that. So with those.
So Mr. McDonald, we've got all that information. So I'm just going to ask the commissioners if they have some specific questions on the MOU or MOA.
Okay, if I can, one other piece, just because it's relevant. Another component of the MOA is a commitment for genetic augmentation. One of the things the federal courts determined was that we needed to have genetic augmentation. So the 3 states in this MOA are agreeing to move some bears from the North Continental Divide to the GYE, and that process is hopefully underway right now.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Burrows.
And I brought it up when we talked earlier about grizzly bears, and that was the Montana prohibition on hunting of grizzly bears for 5 years. I didn't see that from any of the other states in this tri-state agreement. Is it correct that Montana is the only state that's imposing this prohibition on hunting of grizzly bears?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, so far. So we've incorporated that prohibition in our arm rules. The other two states, once delisting happens, then it will be up to them at that time to say, whether or not they're going to propose a hunting season.
All right, Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, on page 13 of the MOA with the map, I guess I had some questions regarding that. Obviously, the demographic monitoring area is very specific. And I know, and I'm assuming that that's the black line. I know that there have been in my region grizzly sightings outside of that region already. And I guess my question is this something will the monitoring area change as populations expand, or will those be fixed? Because as I said, pretty specific, but I know of grizzlies located that probably, they were part of this population that came from outside of that already.
Yeah, the intent is that that's a fixed line. And the reason for that is the ability to monitor within an area gets, the more spread out it is, the harder it is to monitor. That line was determined by scientists that worked on grizzly bears and was based on suitable habitat. So we recognize there's bears outside of those lines. That doesn't mean they don't have value or anything. They just don't count for you. And if you have, particularly as you head east into less suitable habitat, you have higher mortalities, which is not indicative of the core population.
Follow up.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm that, Ken, the bears that are outside of that area of monitoring will not be counted in the integrated patch model for purposes of the estimates for this MOA.
That is correct. They will not be counted.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tabor.
Yes, I just want to point out something because this often gets overlooked, but the actual U.S. or not the Fish and Wildlife Service recommendation for the delisting or the target population is 500. Is it not? And yet this plan is targeting 800 to 950 as being that threshold. And I assume that's because all three organizations want to leave a fairly substantial buffer to ensure that there would be no risk whatsoever of getting into trouble again with regards to listing.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, the 500 was in the original recovery plan. 20 or more years old, or 30 or more years old. That's been amended a couple times. The last time it was amended was prior to the last delisting, and it bumped it up to what was in the conservation strategy at that point. This current one is basically the default new recovery criteria, but yeah, so the population greatly exceeds 500, and gives us lots of confidence that we will maintain a recovered population.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Brook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the map on page 13, I see that in the demographic monitoring area in Wyoming, there's the Wind River Reservation. And I was wondering, even though this doesn't directly affect us, are the tribes of the Wind River involved in this MOA?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brook, they're not involved in the MOA itself. There is a commitment from Wyoming to work with the Wind River tribe or Wind River tribes, if and when we get to a point of developing mortality thresholds in Wyoming's case, a hunting season, they would then work with Wind River on, it may be that they have once their allowance is figured out, then they split that with the Wind Rivers or however they collectively agree to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need some clarification. So on the mortality rates that you were speaking about earlier, you had said it's going to be based on geographical area. Is there any account for population increase or decreases within each of those 3 states that would then adjust where that mortality rate needs to be made?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, there's not a process for adjusting the sort of the percentage, the geographical percentages. So Montana would get 34% of that discretionary mortality, for example. That's where then the based on where that population is and what it's doing, each state would make a recommendation on what we think that lambda value should be. So if, for example, there was an area that was seeing a really high increase, we might suggest a lower lambda value, a decrease potentially to address that. And then the numbers would fall in that formula.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. Just a quick follow-up to Commissioner Tabor's question. And that's some clarification around the minimum target population set by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
I'm sorry.
McDonald, is that still 500?
No, sorry, Madam Chair. That 500 again was in the original recovery plan, I think from 1993. That's actually been amended twice. So in this conservation strategy, we talk about maintaining at least 500 for genetic fitness. But obviously from a population number wise, we're looking, an objective of 800 to 950. And Fish and Wildlife Service was involved as we developed this, as was the scientists on the study team.
So there's just a follow-up. So there's alignment between U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the 3 states on the population target.
Yes. Yes, there is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to?
Madam Chair, we haven't made a motion yet.
Oh, sorry. Gosh, that would be good. Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the Tri-State Memorandum of Agreement regarding the management and allocation of discretionary mortality of grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Tabor. All right, let's try this again. Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay. All right. Mary, if you would like to go ahead, please.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, again, my name's Mary Alexin. I'm co-leader of Northwest Montana Great Old Broadsford Wilderness. I urge you to reject the Grizzly Bear Tri-State Memorandum of Agreement. Grizzly bear management by numbers is simplistic and it undermines the intent of the Endangered Species Act. Grizzly bears have not fully recovered and they should not be subject to trophy hunting. It's imperative that sound management of grizzly bears focus on sustainability. That means an ecosystem that sustains them. Connectivity and habitat are critical. Biologist direction based on science is imperative. The work of Dr. David Mattson, a recent study by Mike Bader and Paul Siraki indicate that grizzly bears have not fully recovered and need connectivity to be able to travel freely across the landscape. Protecting grizzly bear ecosystems in our public lands has to be a top priority. The Tri-State Memorandum Agreement is unrealistic to have 3 states with their own agendas communicating on an issue that's this sensitive. We cannot rely only on numbers. sustainability, ecosystem health, corridors for connectivity are all imperative parts of the appropriate management of grizzly bears. Management by numbers does not equal sound management. Please don't support this tri-state memorandum. And please take into consideration the recent research by wildlife biologists that emphasize the need of connectivity. Political management of grizzly bears that allows trophy hunting shouldn't be influencing your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lamb, if you would go, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, or commission, excuse me, my name again for the record, Ben Lamb, L-A-M-B, representing the Montana Conservation Society. We just wanted to throw our support behind signing this MOU. As you know, somebody who's worked on endangered species issues for, well, since 2002, you know, I can say that I think what the agency has done over the last few years to prepare for the eventual delisting of grizzly bears has been truly, truly well done. You know, Senate Bill 285 from last session, now signing on to the MOU, the grizzly bear plan, all of these things help set the stage for successful management post delisting. Really do want to focus again on the fact that this agency and the commission have made a decision to hold off on hunting of grizzly bears until things settle down post delisting. That's a very prudent and conservative step. Thank you for taking that. Thank you for taking that issue off of the table when we talk about what this really truly success story looks like in its next chapter. So we urge you to sign this. Let's keep the momentum going forward to put grizzly bears back under state management and celebrate their conservation success. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Jeff Lucas, speaking on behalf of the board and membership of the Montana Wildlife Federation. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the grizzly bear tri-state memorandum of agreement, and we would like to focus on the management of grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem covered by the tri-state MOA as described in Chapter 2 of the Yellowstone Conservation Strategy. We have three main issues with the memorandum. The first is a lack of consideration of the impact of mortalities outside the demographic monitoring area, or DMA, on the numbers and trajectory of the DMA population. By not considering this impact, the state would be creating a source sink dynamic, resulting in a dual conflicting management system inside and outside the DMA. The second issue regards the proposed management of numbers of bears inside the DMA. Table 2 of the Yellowstone Conservation Strategy is somewhat vague, does not address credible intervals around the population objective, and it does not commit agencies to maintaining a stable population post-delisting. The third issue is a lack of adequate connectivity management in Montana. MWF finds that FWP management does not effectively promote connectivity between the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem and the greater Yellowstone ecosystem to enhance genetic diversity and increase population resiliency. Commissioners are welcome to review MWF's stance on the grizzly bear tri-state memorandum in further detail, as it should be in your email inboxes. We would like to reiterate that managing grizzly bear population decline post-delisting, as described in the conservation strategy that this tri-state MOA implements, is biologically unacceptable for the relatively small and isolated grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dara, you go next, please.
Yes, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, this is Jeff Dara. I'm representing Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, and we do support the signing of this MOA. It's being prepared. It's showing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana are ready to take over management of grizzly bears. We're seeing grizzly bears in places we haven't seen them for 100 years. So they are moving from ecosystem to ecosystem. We do support this signing of this MOA. Please sign it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nancy Ostley. You are on mute. So if you
Yes,
could...
thank you.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I am a member of Gallatin Wildlife Association, and I follow these issues about the recovery of endangered grizzly bears closely. And I would like to reiterate the position of Jeff Lucas with Montana Wildlife Federation that the conservation strategy is flawed, and also refer to comments submitted by Gallatin Wildlife Association in December 2023, saying that the science does not support the conservation strategy. I strongly object and oppose the signing of this memorandum of agreement. I feel that the 3 states are clearly not providing adequate regulatory mechanisms for managing this species. And the fact that the 2 populations in the Northern Continental Divide and the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem are small and isolated indicates that habitat connectivity is an important consideration, and I think we're not there yet. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Cardula.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Coordinating management of grizzly bears between states is unnecessary and will cause more harm than anything else. It will not support viability and sustainability of grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. The proposed MOA appears to come from a model found on the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee website, where their stated purpose is coordination of grizzly bear policy to support actions by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to delist populations. On the IGBC site, you can find similar language of a coordinated plan for Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana to manage the grizzly bear to a population number within or above a total of 800 to 950 grizzlies in the GYE. Without safe corridors for passage and without more genetic diversity, this MOA will leave bears endangered. Trucking bears is not the answer. It fails to account for established safe passages and only jeopardizes the lives of the female bears proposed for transport, because male bears already populating those areas will most certainly kill them. Claiming that grizzly bears have recovered is reckless. No one can say with certainty how many bears there are, so no one can say that grizzly bears have recovered. Saying so appears to be a talking point in support of the push to delist grizzly bears at the federal level. Looking at Figure 3A of the plan on the IGBC site, grizzly numbers have not been as low as 800 since 2005. Based on the current management practices of the state of Idaho and Wyoming, this could very well mean managing the grizzly to the suggested number within or above a total of 800 to 950 and wipe out 10 years of recovery. The Greater Yellowstone ecosystem is one of the largest nearly intact temperate zone ecosystems on Earth. Allowing grizzly bears to be hunted down to the proposed numbers will jeopardize this fragile ecosystem. Management by numbers makes the GYE a grizzly farm.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next would be Derek Goldman.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to echo some of the comments of the Montana Wildlife Federation. Mr. Lucas, we're also concerned that the tri-state MOA and the conservation strategy in general pretty much ignores what happens outside of the demographic monitoring area. You know, as was stated, we know bears are out there, and these are really important bears for the purposes of connectivity and full recovery of all the grizzly bear populations in Montana. including the Bitterroot ecosystem. So we see that as a major drawback of the MOA. Also, as you know, recent policy changes in Wyoming and Montana have trended towards increasingly aggressive management of large carnivores generally. Montana has a draft statewide management plan for grizzly bears that indicates a reduced tolerance for bears in some areas, even ones that are not in trouble, as well as a lack of commitment to connecting and recovering isolated populations of grizzly bears. And as you know, the legislature recently passed bills creating hound hunting seasons and a chase season for black bears during the spring when grizzly bears are out of their dens, and another bill to allow livestock owners to kill grizzly bears that are attacking or threatening livestock, even on public land. And in Wyoming, wildlife officials have stated they might triple the number of grizzly bears hunted compared to previously proposed hunting hunts in Wyoming. And so we think all this stuff will result in increased mortality of grizzly bears, and particularly those grizzly bears outside of that demographic monitoring area that are not addressed and where anything can happen to bears. Thank you.
Thank you. That looks like that's all our commenters. Are there any other questions from the commission before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, Deb O'Neill next, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I have a few items for you this morning. Hopefully we'll get through them quickly. The first one was brought to us by landowners that are adjacent to an FAS along the Milk River. And they had some safety concerns about hunting on this FAS that they are adjacent to. And the FAS, I believe, let's see, the closest residence is only less than 1/10 of a mile away. And a landowner requested that the FAS be closed to hunting. We still want to offer hunting opportunities to our public, so we were not interested in closing it entirely. And although the landowner requested that, he was agreeable to a rifle restriction on this property. We did involve the neighboring landowners and enforcement in our conversations and our decision on deciding to close this to rifle hunting. We didn't receive any comments online during the public comment period leading up to this commission meeting. But like I said, the landowners do support this option. So we're asking you to offer a weapons restriction to this FAS to restrict rifle hunting. We still will allow shotgun, muzzle loader, traditional handgun, crossbow, all these other opportunities for the public hunter, just not rifle hunting. And we would ask that you support this restriction, please.
Are there any questions, or I would entertain a motion? Commissioner Walsh?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Robinson. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt alternative A, restricting the use of rifles at Bjornberg Bridge FAS.
Seconded.
Okay, Commissioner Tabor, thank you. All right, any questions or comments? Okay, is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on this? Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, I have no hands raised at this time.
Okay. All right, then we will go ahead and vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, go ahead with the Flathead Lake Wildlife Habitat Protection Area rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one hopefully is an easy one as well for you guys. Basically, the wildlife habitat protection areas in these Flathead Lake Islands were purchased to be designated protection areas for migratory birds. And wildlife or recreational use on these islands have been growing over the years. And so back in 2021, we had released an environmental assessment to propose, while maintaining recreational opportunities, but also protect the migratory birds that we're supposed to be protecting on these islands. That's what they're designated for. So we proposed the development of composting latrines and designated campsites and a variety of other things that you could see in the cover sheet. And we also proposed a change in the length of stay. We received robust public comment on this EA, and we've received, I believe, 4 since releasing this cover sheet leading up to this meeting, all in support of these changes. These are deviations from the public use rule. The public use rule, as you know, limits camping to 7 nights. We would be restricting the camping to 3 nights, also having some fire restrictions on here, and some day use area, and also restricting during waterfowl nesting seasons. We haven't received any comments against this proposal. And like I said, we did conduct a robust public comment period during the EA process, and we would ask that you support the deviations from the public use rules as outlined in this cover sheet.
Excuse me, thank you. Any questions, or I'd entertain a motion? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed recreation management measures and camping fees outlined in Alternative B for the Flathead Lake Wildlife Habitat Protection Area Islands, Cedar, Berg, Douglas, and Goose.
Second.
Okay, I think that was Commissioner Tabor. All right, one more chance. Any questions? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on this? Okay, looks like Mr. Lucas.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF supports the development of composting latrines on Cedar and Bird Islands, along with development of designated campsites combined with length of stay and maximum campsite occupancy limits in other areas. Camping fees associated with these developments reflects FWP's stated goal of providing good but limited camping facilities in order to rein in unregulated use of these unique island habitats. These appropriate actions should help mitigate the growing impact of human visitation and recreation on each of these islands. We're glad to see FWP recognizes the need to protect these unique habitats from being overrun by recreationists on Flathead Lake. Providing guardrails to the public by creating designated campsites, latrines, and limiting some areas to day use only will protect wildlife and their habitat from citizens who may be unaware of the impact that they're having on the landscape. For these reasons, MWF supports this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and go to a vote then. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, let's go to the elk hunting access agreements, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you know, these elk hunting access agreements have been increasing in popularity over the past several years now. Overall, landowners and hunters seem happy with this program. And there are some changes for 2024 that I just like to bring your attention to. They also were in the cover sheet, but I just wanted to highlight them. In the second paragraph in the cover sheet, landowners must own at least 640 acres, but smaller acres are eligible if the department determines site conditions exist to accommodate public hunting, successful public hunting. Landowners can now enroll private land that they lease from another landowner. And also every permit license issued to a landowner or designee, at least one of the department selected hunters must have an equivalent license. So it's 1-for-1 archery for archery, certain type of permit for a certain type of permit. To assist you in your recommendations on the EHA applications, we provided you several items ahead of the commission meeting, and we also supplied them online for the public. We provided the new standard operating procedure document. Of course, we have the master list of applications with our recommendations and also links to the applications and the agreements. And we also provided you an evaluation of the 2023 EHA program. I do want to mention one thing about that. I know that the commission was wanting this evaluation to get a sense of landowner and hunter satisfaction with the program. FWP has committed that these surveys would be anonymous, and given the small number of hunters that generally hunt on each property, it would be very easy to identify a hunter specifically if we provided more information. So we had to withhold some of that information in order to maintain the anonymity that we said that we would do for the people taking the survey. So I'm not sure if you have everything you need in those surveys. We provided lots of numbers, but we did not assign specific comments to specific branches because it would be easy to identify public hunters. The other thing I want to mention is we provided these items on the website 2 weeks prior to this meeting. I know it's not typical. It's typical for EHA just because of the timing needed for applications, for legal review, for licensing review. So we did provide 2 weeks. We were able to take comments on this. We have only received one comment online. Of course, we can take comments here if there are any, but I just wanted to point out we were only able to offer 2 weeks as we have in the past for EHA agreements. Let's see. What I'd like to draw your attention to is Hunting District 700 on its applications 40 through 44, starting on page 6. Hunting District 700 has a below objective of bull to cow ratio, and the biologists felt that harvesting additional bulls would further add to that decline. So for a variety of reasons, biologists were concerned with an increase in either sex permits in this area as these private lands butted up against one another. They were in very close proximity. Given that, the biologists reached out to the landowners, like I said, applications 40 through 44, to let them know that FWP could not support in a recommendation to the commission their request for either sex permits. And we asked these landowners if they would be willing to accept elk B licenses instead. And the applicants 40, 43, and 44 agreed to switch to B licenses there, and we support that change, and we are recommending that these EHA agreements be approved. Applicant 41, while they would prefer either sex, they would accept a license B and designate it to an immediate family member who also is applicant 42. So if that were the case, and we do support option B of applicant 41, applicant 42 would withdraw. We don't anticipate any adverse effects to the elk populations with any of these agreements. So we do ask that the commission approve the EHA applications as presented. FWP's recommendation is to approve all, including option B for applicant 41, and not approving applicant 42's application. And I will say that I have all the regions online and available for specific questions on specific applications and agreements.
Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. O'Neill, just a couple of questions. It looks like we're down a few counts from last year. I know we started out with 2 several years ago. I think we were up to maybe 50 some last year for for proposals. I noticed some names that I was familiar with that are missing from this list. And so I wonder if you could comment on that as far as the numbers and participation of landowners go. That'd be my first question.
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, thank you for the question. We're actually not, we're down applications, but not recommendations to approve. I think we had 50 applications last year and we recommended to approve 43, which the commission did. And this year, I think it's 45. There are some names that withdrew for a variety of reasons. Some are in block management and continue to stay in block management. Some just didn't see the benefit, and some honestly just didn't have the time, we were told. I don't think it was due to anybody being unhappy with the program. At least I have not heard that at all.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Thank you for that. And I guess just one last question. Were there other landowners that applied that other than what's on this list that were rejected? Or is this the summary of the list?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, no, we've included every single applicant that we received that met all the guidelines and had complete applications. And in fact, those that were not complete, we had our biologists reach out to the applicants to make sure that their applications were completely in line, and everything that we've received, you see in front of you.
Great, thank you. And just a final statement, I guess getting the landowner and the hunter response surveys, it's fantastic work. We need to continue that and make sure we just continue to high grade this program, make sure that both the landowners and the hunters are having a quality experience for this program. So thank you for that work.
Commissioner Siebel, that was one of my requests. I think last year and this year, just to make sure that we did receive all of the applications.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2024 elk hunting access agreements as presented by the department in the master list, and to send to a random draw those applications in districts where the number of requests for permits, licenses exceed the department imposed cap of 10% of the commission adopted quota previously approved during the biennial season setting process.
Second.
Mr. Siebel. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, a point of clarification, does that include
That's what I was
option B?
Yes, that does.
Okay, so the way this is written, I'm not sure that specifies that in
Madam Chair, it says as presented by department and their recommendation, so I assume that meant
okay.
Me as well.
Okay, as long as we're clear and that everyone is clear that it is include B and then removing 42, is that correct?
42 is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay. All right, any questions? Okay, anybody in the regional offices who would like to comment on these? Okay, and it looks like we have Mr. Lucas, if you would go ahead and comment, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF supports the proposed changes to the elk hunting access agreements. As major proponents of HB 596 as part of our elk management package in the 23 legislature, we believe these changes to the EHA program will benefit landowners and FWP in management of elk populations, as well as hunters who wish to participate in the program. Tightening the rules around the old 454 agreements puts a heavier focus on elk management, and we agree with that. While this program is susceptible to some abuse, we feel that these improvements make it much harder to do so, and they help level the playing field for hunters enrolling in this program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Lamb.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Ben Lamb, Montana Conservation Society, wanted to support the EHAs moving forward, and also wanted to echo Mr. Lucas's praise to the agency for how they have been working on this program the standard operating procedures document that's been put up is really a testament to the kind of sunshine that the agency has brought to this process of getting these forward. And I really want to commend the agency for their work on bringing those SOPs forward and, taking some of the mystery out for the public on how these agreements are made. And so really, really impressed over the course of the last few years with how the agency has taken a very controversial program and is turning it into something that I think everybody can be very, very proud of. So huge kudos to FWP for that as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, that looks like it. One more chance for any comments or questions. Oh, Commissioner Burrows.
Just a question on a couple of them, and I didn't want to get into specifics, but I see a few on that list that provide for the landowner tag. It looks like either sex or like general elk bull opportunities, and then limited to either sex for the public opportunities. Is that correct on a handful of those, especially some of them? It looks like there's like one either sex or one bull tag, and then limited the public opportunity to an antlerless only, but it looks like there's a few where there's multiple general or either sex permits, and then the public's opportunity is just limited to antlerless only. And I guess at this point I don't have specific recommendations, but it seems like maybe an opportunity to work with those landowners to allow an antlered opportunity, especially where there's multiple antlered opportunities for the landowner specifically.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, what you're seeing is correct on there. We do have landowners that are offering additional public opportunities that is reflected in the second to last or the third to last column. So they are offering additional public opportunities, which we ask that you consider in your decision to move these forward or not. Specifically, your question about either sex or when a landowner is requesting an antlered opportunity, only one of our public hunters has to match have an equivalent license or permit to the landowner, and the rest they can designate for what they choose. So at least one opportunity has to be equivalent to the landowner permit or the landowner's designee. So what you're seeing is accurate, and we do talk to the landowners about that and see if they would be amenable to offering other opportunities as well.
I just want to, Commissioner Burrows, it's the legislature that makes those criteria. So it's in statute, and then they can go over and above if they want to, but that is the criteria that they follow.
So just for clarification, I guess I wasn't quite following the criteria. So like, for example, if there's 3 bull tags and 3 antlerless opportunities for the landowner, the public opportunity could just be it has to just be equal to either one of those. So it could just be a antlerless opportunity in that area, and the landowner could have multiple either sex permits, but just give a antlerless only opportunity.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Burrows, at least one of the public opportunities has to be equivalent. So what you're seeing in that are the other opportunities offered to the public, but just know at least one permit or license type has to be equivalent to the landowners.
So again, I guess, so I'm just trying proportionality wise. So you could have a handful of bull tags given to a landowner and one antlerless opportunity, and you just have to provide an antlerless opportunity to the public.
No, I see what you're saying. For every permit or license type that a landowner gets, we have 3 public hunters. At least one of those public hunters must have an equivalent tag. So for every one landowner tag, there are 3 opportunities for the public, and only one must be equivalent. Does that make better sense?
Maybe, but I guess I don't see that working out on this list in all cases. I guess when I look through it, may possibly see some discrepancies on that, where again, there's either sex opportunities for the landowner and antlerless only for the public. Or
And
does,
if, Madam Chair, Burrows or Commissioner Burrows, that might be an error on the spreadsheet. I'm not seeing it myself, but
Which one are you seeing that on, Commissioner Burrows?
so like, for example, on line 16, there's so it looks like the landowner is for general L or either sex. And then I see the
You mean applicant number 16?
yeah. So then the sex of elk hunted by landowners selected public hunters
Is 4 and 4 also.
Okay. Okay, so that column is sex of elk hunted by landowner selected public hunters. That's the landowner gets to select a public opportunity. This next column is these randomly selected hunters. Okay.
And they already have a tag. They're chosen from people who already hold a tag. They can't choose someone from the public to receive a tag that hasn't been drawn. Correct?
Madam Chair, that is correct. That's why we get this list to you on the later side, is because we have to wait for the draws to happen. Correct.
Commissioner Walsh, did you have a question?
I do. Just maybe a reporting suggestion, Ms. O'Neill, is if we could get summary data at the bottom of this. I'm really interested in tracking how many more opportunities we're creating through this program for the public. And I echo Commissioner Siebel's comment that I'm a fan of this program, and I think it's developing nicely. I wonder now, how do we expand it? And I just share that, groups like Montana Conservation Society and others that work with private landowners may be able to assist the department in getting the word out. I'm still a little bit surprised at when I run into large private landowners who are completely unaware of the program. But thanks for your efforts on this.
It's come a long ways in the last few years. Any other comments? Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, let's see. Thank you, Deb. Guess we have Bill Schenk next, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Bill Schenk here, Land and Water Unit, FWP. Got 2 items for you this morning. Apologize if there's background noise, but I am at my mother's place in Minnesota. The first item is prairie habitat conservation leases. Here we have an initial batch of 10 conservation leases. These are 30 or 40-year term leases. Actually, the program is set up so that it accommodates either a 30 or 40-year term. All 10 of these initial leases, for which we got landowner applications and are moving these forward, are 40-year terms. That was at the landowner request. In this group, there are a total of 53,000 acres for these habitat leases. The department at this time is seeking approval to enter these habitat conservation leases up to 500,000 acres. So the request is approval of these initial 10 plus the delegated authority to move up to 500,000 acres. They are in regions 6 and 7, and the focus of the program is preservation of grassland and sage habitats that support native species and provide also some more public hunting opportunity. But to do so with a term.
Quick
Yes,
question.
ma'am.
Okay, the way I understood it, because all alternatives that we've been given is to approve the amount of acres or to approve the 10 that you have before us. So I understand it that it's like either or.
Chair Robinson, I think that's correct. You could characterize it that way. If it were 500,000 acres that you approve, we would view that as authority to complete.
But it would include, that 500,000 acres would include these 10.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. And just to illustrate these initial 10, the initial 10 would come with a price tag of $6,152,000. They range from 308 acres to 11,612. Funding for these would be a combination of Habitat Montana, Pittman-Robertson dollars, Migratory Bird Wetland Program, and as we expand, there could be other federal funding sources. I think that's about all I have for the basic presentation. Ken McDonald is here and could support and could add to questions or answers to questions if you have any.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Tabor.
Yes, thanks, Bill, and I'm glad that Ken still is here. So I'm just trying to connect the dots. A few years back, I know Ken was running hard on a project for these multi-year leases, and at one point there was even I think a proposal that was put up on the commission agenda, and then it was withdrawn. Are these the same things, or was that something different?
Yeah, Commissioner Tabor, this is the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, there were reasons that they were withdrawn. I mean, we addressed, one thing we addressed was the compensation due under the lease and did some analysis that indicated we could go higher with that due to lack of initial interest. But yeah, it was withdrawn. This has been a multi-year effort. I think we're going on, over 2 years to try to get this program stood up.
And a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I think in a lot of these instances, this mechanism of creating this long-term lease is giving both, the citizens of Montana, the department, everyone access to land that really would never be available under any other approach, where maybe some of these landowners kind of don't want to do a permanent easement because it carries on to heirs and future landowners and all that, but they do support the cause and they do support the principles of it. So this is considered the next best option available to, securitize some of this land and get it for the use of the citizens and protect the wildlife. Is that a safe assumption?
Vice Chair Tabor, Madam Chair, I think that is accurate. I mean, we view it as another tool in the toolbox in addition to a permanent conservation easement, which has its place, but it's not for everybody. It's not for every landowner, and this gives them an option to participate in a program that provides meaningful conservation, meaningful conservation work without that permanent commitment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill, can you describe one of the criteria that was on the applications for leases was that the landowner agrees to provide minimum public access requirement? Can you describe a little more to me what that requirement is?
Yeah, Commissioner Siebel, I might defer to Ken McDonald on that one, if I may. I am uncertain on the absolute minimum, but I do know that we are working individually with each landowner on what the appropriate number is. Ken, could you help with that at all if you're still here?
Yeah. Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, the lease template has a formula for access based on the acreage, the number of acres in the lease. I'm trying to find that right now, but it's a minimal amount, so it's not as much as we require in our like with our perpetual conservation easements. But it gives landowners a understanding of what the minimal amount of access is that would be required. And again, it's not a lot, and it can be, it's set up so it's primarily focused on hunting days, but it could be access for other things like wildlife viewing and things like that count towards that access requirement as well.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Ken. And for both of you guys, the two options in front of us, one is to approve kind of a blanket approval of 500,000 acres, which the 10 that are included in there are, you said, I think 57,000. Are we giving blanket approval essentially for 8 or 9 more years of potential easements today if we approve the 500,000 acres, or what's your time frame, or what's your expectation if we do the 500,000 for the time to utilize all those, get all those acres in the program?
Commissioner Siebel, again, I don't know that it's an absolute requirement, but I believe the stated goal, at least the programmatic goal, has been to achieve that within 5 years.
That's correct.
Commissioner Lane.
So kind of a follow-up on that last question then, when these new proposals come forth, are we going to have any say in the matter if we can review them to say, well, we don't feel like these fit the criteria, or is that a blanket approval to go ahead for you to approve them?
Yeah, Commissioner Lane and members, if you would opt today to provide the 500,000 acres of authority, that would be a delegation of that authority to enter into further conservation leases. And we would not bring those to you. There are under the statutory criteria for FWP to acquire interests in land. There are certain of these that meet a certain threshold that we'll have to take to the land board as well. So when we are over $1 million or 500 acres, which will be the majority, those will also have to go to the land board.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm gonna throw something in. Would it be possible, like if that was approved, that at least we gave notice of ones that were approved, not necessarily for our approval, but just kind of like FYI for the commission?
Madam Chair, I believe that's absolutely possible, and we could certainly do so.
Okay. Commissioner Tabor?
I guess along this whole line of questioning, we seem to approve leases. We seem to approve, as they come forth and are identified for virtually every other land-based activity. And I don't recall there's any precedent where we kind of give authority in bulk and then let you guys just carry on. I can certainly recognize the efficiency in that and the nimbleness that it allows you. Are they that time sensitive where it would be difficult to every time you have a group of 5 or 6, you're bringing it in every other month for commission? I'm just curious as to the blanket approval approach, because there isn't really, that I can recall, precedent for us giving that in any other type of scenario. And so, and I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I'm just more curious about the thinking behind why you're looking for the 500,000. What causes you to ask for that versus us just approving this as you queue them up?
Vice Chair Chaber and members, Madam Chair, I think there's a couple elements there. One was simply an ambition to provide a program that covered as many acres as possible and to achieve this conservation objective as efficiently as we could. I think another factor, however, is that they really are quite formulaic. You asked about the number of hunter days. There is a formula in there. The payment mechanism occurs on a per acre basis. We don't negotiate that individually with landowners. We don't get an appraisal. What we do is we use we draw a parallel to what DNRC does in terms of its land valuation in the area and apply a formula. And landowners come to the department with an application to participate in the program. So I think the rationale really rests upon the formulaic nature of the lease and the fact that there isn't as much variation as you would find with individual leases on a fishing access site, for example, or an individual conservation easement.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So the only exception to that, Bill, would be what form of access they're really giving, because I think the one area where I could see concern if we wind up using several millions of dollars for access, but most of it is non-hunting related or non-fishing or, not oriented towards giving, that would serve as a bit of a disappointment, I think, for at least a good portion of the sportsmen and everyone else that are looking at this access money and the sources where it came from as being targeted mostly for consumptive purposes.
Yeah, Vice Chair Tabor, I won't, I don't really have any argument about that, or if there's a question in there, please let me know, but.
Well, I'm just saying, so it gives full discretion. So let's just say the next 100,000 acres of applicants that come to all want to do it for bird watching. And I'm not saying bird watching doesn't have value or importance in access. Of course it does. But if we're using Habitat Montana money, which I think had the intent of creating access for purposes of hunting, and then turning around and using that money for non-hunting activities, I could see that would raise a sensitivity with some people. And I'm not saying that that's even what's happening, but I think you did indicate that each one of these grants a different kind of access, unique to whatever the landowner's wishes are. Some of which is going to be hunting, and I suspect it's the whole broad scope of hunting. Some might be just bird only, some might be ungulate, what have you. And that's the only other reason I could see where the commission may want to retain approval lease by lease. And I'm just more throwing that out for the digestion of the other commissioners. So I guess maybe I don't have a question there. I just wanted to clarify that would be the authority we'd be granting you, that for that additional 400 and something thousand acres, what access is going to be given for what purpose, that's fully at the discretion at the department level at that point, because we empowered you for it.
Commissioner Lane, do you have a question?
I guess, would there be any harm in just if we were to make a motion to approve the 500,000 acres contingent upon that any new proposals come before the commission for approval? I mean, that way we know that way it basically states that this program is out there trying to get 500,000 acres total. But yet we still have just control. And I think it's just basically saying what Commissioner Tabor had recommended, but would that be something we could just do?
Is that a motion?
I could sure make one. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve FWP's proposal to enroll up to 500,000 acres of private land into the Prairie Habitat Conservation Lease Program as proposed by the department, with the contingency that any new proposals go before the commission for approval.
Are you including the 10 that came before us, or you want a separate motion on that?
I would include those in that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Lane, Commissioner Walsh. Okay, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I apologize. My computer picked a really bad time to decide to reboot on me, and I missed Commissioner Tabor or Vice Chair Tabor's comments. I was going to comment and actually recommend that we do alternative B, but so I missed part of the conversation. It sounds like to just approve the 10 that are on the table in front of us, because having meetings every other month seems to me to be frequent enough, especially as I understand that the 500,000 acres is the goal, is already the stated goal of the program and the approved goal of the program. So, so I guess my thought process was, just for public, just to make sure that the public was aware and we're aware, and we can take public comment on specific leases as they come up, that we make sure that those appear before the commission. And I guess,
did you catch the motion then? Because that's pretty much what it says, is up to the 500,000 acres, but they have to come before the commission for approval.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I did. And I guess I'm asking the question, why do we need to approve the 500,000 acres if we're going to have them all come up for us for approval? As I understand, the 500,000 acres is already the stated goal from Bill of this program itself. That's a question for clarification.
Bill, is that actually in writing, the 500,000 acres?
Well, Madam Chair and members, the goal of 500,000 acres is in writing in I think the various documents that MEPA analysis for the program itself at a programmatic level. Commissioner Siebel's point, I think, is well taken, if I may. If the commission's choice here is to approve this initial batch of 10, the 500,000 acre mention or approval at this point, with the caveat that we bring them back to future ones to the commission as well. It's kind of redundant, I think. If you were to approve the 10, we could certainly bring the next batch. We plan to have them periodically if the interest in the program remains. And if there is success, with this first batch, people will, and hopefully, word will spread, and we'll have more, and we can bring them to you gladly. And in fact, if at a future point that comfort level increases, you can certainly choose to delegate and expand that authority at that time.
I personally don't see it as redundant. I see it as a statement that because let's just say it's a couple years down the road and there's different commissioners, we're saying we want them to come before us up to this 500,000 acres. And so it makes it clear that anything up to these 5,000 acres need to come before the commission for approval. But Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I think Commissioner or Vice Chair Tabor has raised a really important point. The Land Board looks at this from one perspective. The commission should be looking at it from a different perspective, particularly given the support of Habitat Montana and the PR funds. And I just wonder, and this is a question for the department, are we at a stage with these 10? I don't think we need to do this today, but for future requests, where you could actually identify which of these conservation leases would have either fishing or hunting access. Because I think it would be important, I guess my point would be, I think it would be important for this commission to look at this within the scope of, are we creating, along with the positive benefits to wildlife are we also creating opportunities for hunting and fishing, given the funding sources? Thanks.
I'm gonna let Commissioner Lane go first, and then Ken, I'll let you comment on that, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just basically wanted to reiterate, I think Commissioner Siebel, I think we are on the same page there. I just, like the chair had indicated, I just wanted to make sure that when people are looking at this, they do realize that we are trying to enroll 500,000 acres. Whereas if we just approve these 10, that was where it just looks like it's kind of on an individual basis. So that is why I wanted to include that 500,000 acre in that motion.
Ken, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just found some additional information on the access piece I wanted to relay, which is that the expectation is that there's a formula for determining how much access would be required based on the size of the property. And then it says public recreation access is in the form of hunting during Fish and Wildlife Commission approved seasons between September 1 and December 31. So the access, I was in error. The access is specific to hunting during commission approved seasons. There could be some additional, not required, but additional access for other like things like watching, but that's in addition to the required access for hunting.
Any other questions before I go up for, before I go up for comments?
I just want to invite the other commissioners. So that's kind of a game changer right there, because now what it's saying is it really is designed as I think we were all, certainly I was voicing a concern because of PR dollars and everything else, that it, Habitat Montana, the money be used for what it is. And it sounds like it absolutely is going to. So I don't know if that changes, Commissioner Lane, your desire to do that. I'm perfectly comfortable just continually approving these as they come, simply because we do that with just about every other form of transaction anyway. So why not stay with that? So I'm very comfortable with the motion as it stands, even in light of the information that Ken shared with us, but certainly want to invite that before we go out to the public.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I would, with that new information, I would support enrolling up to 500,000 private land acres into this program and try to help eliminate some red tape. If Commissioner Lane would consider that modifying his motion.
Commissioner Lane, what was your intention, I guess, with your motion?
I just didn't want to give up control if there was an opportunity to review each of these before we move forward. I think we meet every 2 months. It doesn't take long to do a quick review of them. I would like to stay with the motion as presented.
Commissioner Walsh, you have the second on it. Are you still comfortable with it?
Turn to unmute. I am.
Okay. All right. Okay, anybody in the, I cannot see the regional offices, so you're gonna have to speak up. There we go. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this? Okay, we have a few online. Mr. Lucas, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas with Montana Wildlife Federation again. MWF has always supported Habitat Montana and the funding required to make this popular program as effective as possible. We originally opposed the diversion of these funds from permanent conservation leases and fee title acquisitions to temporary habitat leases because we believed it was a fiscally irresponsible change in the program that does not get the bang for the buck that permanent conservation leases do for a similar cost. Now, with temporary habitat leases being a part of how Habitat Montana funds are spent, we believe that temporary leases are better than no leases at all. We also support using Habitat Montana funds for these leases when these funds would otherwise be unused. However, Habitat Montana supporters are concerned that with such a large portion of these funds being dedicated to temporary leases, Habitat Montana will lack the funds to work on permanent conservation leases when willing sellers would like to enter into a permanent agreement. This could lead to higher costs for lesser conservation outcomes and result in some willing sellers putting their properties on the market when they would prefer to have them permanently conserved. As has been discussed in this meeting, public access during the hunting season is also an important aspect of these leases. And it's our hope that lessees will allow access beyond the minimum amount during the hunting season, when access days portioned for the rest of the year remain. And having reiterated all those points, MWF does support each of these temporary conservation easement agreements. Each lease conserves important habitat or migration corridors while providing a level of public access consistent with such agreements. Conserving these high priority native and restored habitats while keeping working agricultural lands as working lands will ensure that habitat remains as is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thanks for the families that applied to the program.
All right, you can, I don't know who's handling putting the, I can see the online commenters if you want to put that language back up. Okay, and then Mr. Lamb, if you would like to go ahead and comment, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, Ben Lamb with the Montana Conservation Society. Want to echo a lot of what Mr. Lucas has said, but also just want to say that, you know, as somebody who's worked on Habitat Montana since I think 2007 or so, it is a very dearly loved program by a number of stakeholders. And I think that, you know, like a lot of people, there was concern about moving to a temporary system. But again, a huge kudos to Mr. Shank and his division for pulling something together that seems like it's going to can work faster than your traditional conservation easements, which from what we've heard from the landowner community, time is really important. And so is surety. And, you know, with all of the necessary steps involved with permanent easements, you know, very rightly so, between the commission approval and the land board approval for the expenditure of public dollars, that oversight is really necessary. With easements like this, you know, commission oversight, absolutely a necessary piece of that, but ensuring that these leases can happen fast, that can really be a game changer for a lot of traditional families who are either looking at a way to expand their operation, or, you know, ways to just make sure the home place is kept in the family. This is a really exciting program, and as somebody who was really skeptical in the beginning and is now fully on board, I just want to say what a tremendous job the agency has done in crafting something that looks like it could be a really good benefit for everybody, and hopefully lead to more conservation easements in the future. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just FYI, Eric, I can't see the timer. So we have one more commenter, and then I think we need to tweak the language on that. That does not, the language that's up on the screen does not make it clear that the 10 current ones would be approved. But anyway, Mitch King, if you would like to speak, please. Okay, Mitch King, okay. You need to unmute. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mitch King, Chair Robinson and Commissioners. I'm the Executive Director of Montana's Outdoor Legacy Foundation. And I'd like to note that the foundation views these long-term leases as an excellent way to protect the ecological integrity of the prairie habitats in the eastern part of the state, while at the same time supporting that agricultural component, which is so important to the landowners and to the local communities. And quite frankly, that agricultural component is the primary reason that we still have those native prairies and ecosystems in the eastern Montana in their natural condition. So the foundation recommends the commission approve these 10 leases and the program as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, if we could pull that language back up again, please.
Madam Chair, I had a suggestion for how to change that.
Could we just put including the approval of the 10?
Yeah, just move that up after the, move it up to the beginning of the yellow and put the with the contingency at the end.
Okay. Including approval.
Eric, what you need to do is after, as proposed by the department, move the including the 10 prairie habitat conservation leases also proposed by the, or currently proposed or also proposed up. And then everything would be, then put the contingent that any new proposals go before the commission for approval. There you go. Does that work, Madam Chair?
Yes. Yep. I think Commissioner Lane, Commissioner Walsh.
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lamb.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. I believe I just hit that the wrong
Yep,
way.
I thought I already called on you, but it's gets a little confusing. Thank you. Okay, so any questions from any of the commission before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next we have the Isaac Homestead Edition. It's 12:12, but I'm gonna push through because we're heading towards the end, and I don't really, if it's okay with the commission, I'd rather just keep going.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for the good discussion. The next item I have is the Rancher Ditch addition to the Isaac Homestead Wildlife Management Area. This is a proposal for authority to acquire in fee approximately 414 acre parcel of land that's bordered on two sides by the current wildlife management area at Isaac Homestead. This portion of land fronts the Yellowstone River. It's kind of, I think your commission materials has a map in there that I think tells the story very well. There's currently two existing parcels that comprise the WMA. They are separate. The department used to hold an easement along the river that would allow the public and the department to get from one parcel to another. That easement no longer exists as the river has taken that road. And so the easternmost parcel is isolated. The landowner in between and the seller of the former seller of the property allowed that administrative access to the eastern portion, but public access was only on the river itself. We investigated this several years ago now, worked with the landowner. The landowner at that time was eventually not interested when we got an appraisal of the property. Late last year, the owner expressed an interest once again in perhaps seeing if they could sell to FWP, but was interested in doing that before that we could move that quickly. called Mitch King, who's present today, who helped arrange with the Montana Fish and Wildlife Conservation Trust that the trust purchase the property. They have done so for the appraised price of $900,000. The proposal today would be to buy the 414 acres from the trust for that $900,000 plus their out-of-pocket expenses, which is currently estimated at $19,000. That could change slightly as you approach closing and cost of title insurance, et cetera, but that's the current estimate. The size of the property and the fact that it's under $1 million would mean that it does not have to go to the land board. We have had, in fact, the property surveyed to ensure the acreage. Funding for the property would be $400,000 from the State Migratory Bird Wetland Program, and the balance of this from Habitat Montana.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I just want to say I'm really supportive of this acquisition and way it puts together those two parcels. So therefore, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve acquisition of the addition to the Isaac Homestead Wildlife Management Area as proposed.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Lane? All right, any questions or comments from the commission? Okay, anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak? Okay, Mr. King, would you go ahead, please?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, again, I'm Mitch King, Executive Director of Montana's Outdoor Legacy Foundation, and pertinent to this particular action, we are the trust manager for the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Conservation Trust, the funding source that we use to, as Bill mentioned, we use to purchase this property. A little bit of background, we developed a fairly new program called the Assets for Conservation program, where we utilize trust assets to invest in conservation related acquisitions rather than traditional stocks and bonds. And this particular project, the Isaac Homestead project, is a perfect opportunity for this program. Number one, because as Bill mentioned, the property sits between two components of that wildlife management area and is a critical access piece for one of those components. And number two, the landowner needed to sell this property rather quickly and couldn't wait for any kind of additional due diligence by the state agency because of 1031 property exchange obligations he was dealing with. The trust, utilizing this Assets for Conservation program, was able to take care of the landowner's needs. And we're now working very closely with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks while the trust owns the property to establish wildlife friendly farming and grazing activities on the property. And the property is currently open for public access through block management program. Therefore, the trust and the foundation recommend that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lamb.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Ben Lamb, Montana Conservation Society. Mr. King said everything I wanted to say and a lot more. So just very much in support of this. Another really good use of Habitat Montana dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas again with Montana Wildlife Federation. On behalf of our membership, we would like to affirm our support for the Isaac Homestead WMA addition. MWF respectfully requests that the funding for this addition be sourced exclusively from Habitat Montana allocations. Habitat Montana was specifically established and financed for acquisitions of this nature. While we acknowledge the rationale behind utilizing migratory bird wetland funds, given the significance of waterfowl species in the river corridor, we contend that these funds would be more effectively utilized for wetland habitat easements and enhancements. That said, the Isaac Homestead Wildlife Management Area Addition encapsulates the values of MWF, and we endorse its advancement. We extend our appreciation to the department and the Montana Outdoor Legacy Foundation for their facilitation of this initiative and for identifying opportunities for access, conservation, and economic development along the lower Yellowstone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments. There's no questions or comments from the commission. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, I will turn it over. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, before we move on, I just want to again shout out to Ken McDonald, to Bill Shank, to all the regions that put in such hard work. I mean, this is pretty epic stuff. If the public's paying attention, we've added some material access this meeting, and that's all as a result of the hard work of the department. So kudos to you guys.
You're here.
Thank you. All right, Sarah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So my agenda item is the big game policy repeal of 12.9.101. As you guys know, this has gone through the whole Secretary of State process now. We've gotten public comment. They're all included in your materials. There were 4 total, 2 opposed and 2 in support. And we've provided draft responses to those comments. And excuse me, I just want to emphasize that nothing in terms of actual management is going to change with the repeal of this rule. It is purely a red tape issue. It is a very, very old rule. And the statutes have advanced essentially with much more detail since the rule was adopted. And so this is a cleanup effort, but nothing about management will change. The management plans are still in place. The statutes still say what they say. So the repeal of this is purely administrative in nature. And happy to stand for any questions you have.
Commissioner Walsh.
Make sure I'm not on mute. Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission repeal rule 12.9.101, repealing the big game management policy administrative rule.
I second.
Okay, Commissioner Tabor. Thank you for the second. Okay. Any other questions from anyone?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Burrows.
just wanted to thank Sarah. I had a citizen reach out to me and they had some pretty substantial questions on the repeal that I couldn't answer. And they called me back and let me know that Sarah took 45 minutes to an hour to sit down with them and explain what this did and the details of it. So just wanted to thank her for that.
Thank you.
So, any other comments? All right, anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on this? Any attendees online who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will go take to a vote. All those in favor of the big game policy repeal signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Before I turn it over to you, Sarah, for the next thing, I just want to thank you very much for all the hard work that you have put into FWP, and very fortunate to have you, and I wish you the best for your next step. So I just wanted to make sure I said that.
Thank you so much.
All right, so go ahead and cover our next thing.
So this was on your agenda earlier for today. This was the Wolves of the Rockies hour that they had been given per the settlement agreement. And I have been in contact with their lawyer throughout the day. Early in the morning, as soon as this started, Eric emailed Mark Cook, and then I emailed their counsel both of whom, Mark Hook did not respond. The council responded and said that Wolves of the Rockies do not intend to appear today. I want to make sure that we make a record of the fact that there are no Wolves of the Rockies members available or wanting to comment in any of the regions or at headquarters, all of which are open to an actual in-person appearance as opposed to just an electronic appearance. So if I could just take a moment and make sure that there are no people, actual people anywhere in any of the regions or headquarters that want to comment in person, that would be great.
Okay, I'm sure the regions all heard that, so you could let us know if there was anyone.
Okay, having taken a minute and not heard anything, I expressed to Wolves of the Rockies attorney that if no one appeared, we would consider this as waived because the settlement was very specific that the hour would be at the June commission meeting following the settlement. So we will not partake in this presentation from the Wolves of the Rockies. And with that, I am done with my last legal update for you guys. Thank you again for including me. It has been such an honor to serve you. And I do think I'm leaving you in good hands. And I really wish you all the best. Thank you again.
Best to you,
Thank
Sarah.
you, Sarah.
Commissioner Sewell.
Oh, Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to echo your comments earlier and thank Sarah for all her work and her great work in the courtroom and everything she's done for us. So good luck. And we're losing, the department's losing a great one and private sector's picking up a really good attorney. So congratulations and we'll miss you.
Thank you.
All right, all we have left on the agenda are items not on the agenda. Is there anyone in any of the regional offices who would like to speak to any items that we do not have on the agenda? Is there anyone who online who would like to speak to anything that we do not have on the agenda?
Madam Chair, I show no hands raised at this time.
Okay. I want to thank everyone, especially the staff, for all the great work that you do, having everything ready for us and all the information that we need to make these meetings go smooth. And thank you, commissioners, and have a great week and a great weekend.
See you in August.
Yep, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.